Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I inherited the farmhouse unexpectedly, a kind of surprise from a distant relative I barely knew existed. The letter came out of nowhere, a formal note in the mail informing me that an old property in rural Kentucky had been passed down to me. I had never been particularly close to that side of the family, and honestly, I did not even know where the house was until I started looking it up on a map. It was isolated, surrounded by acres of farmland and woods, miles from the nearest town. Part of me was excited to have a place of my own, a chance to escape the noise of city life, but another part of me felt a quiet unease as I drove up the long, winding dirt road toward the house. The farmhouse itself was weathered but sturdy, built sometime in the late 1800s, with peeling white paint and a sagging porch that creaked underfoot. Inside, the air smelled like old wood and forgotten memories, thick with dust and the faint scent of something I could not place. I spent the first day unpacking what little I had brought, exploring the rooms with a mix of curiosity and caution. The spare bedroom was small and dimly lit, with a single closet that immediately caught my attention. The door would not stay shut, no matter how many times I bolted it. It would always slowly swing open again, as if pushed by an unseen hand. That night, as I lay in bed trying to adjust to the unfamiliar sounds of the countryside, I heard a soft humming coming from somewhere in the house. It was a gentle, almost soothing melody, but there was something haunting about the tone. The voice sounded faintly familiar, like a lullaby I might have heard in childhood but could not quite place. I told myself it was just the house settling or maybe the wind moving through the cracks, but the humming continued night after night, always coming from the direction of the spare room closet. One evening, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror hanging in the hallway, a woman standing just behind me. I spun around, heart pounding, but there was no one there. I looked back at the mirror and saw her again. Her mouth moved as if she was trying to speak, but no sound came out. She had long dark hair and wore old-fashioned clothes that looked out of place in the modern world. The feeling of her presence was overwhelming, as if she was trying to tell me something important, something I needed to understand. Curious and a little unnerved, I spoke with the neighbor next door, an elderly woman who had lived in the area all her life. She told me stories about the house's past, about a midwife who had lived there in the 1800s and vanished mysteriously. The rumor was that the woman had been buried within the walls of the basement, hidden away for reasons no one could fully explain. The neighbor's eyes darkened as she spoke, warning me to be careful and respectful, as some secrets were meant to stay buried. Driven by a mix of fear and fascination, I decided to investigate the closet more thoroughly. Behind the boards lining the back, I discovered a hollow gap, an empty space that looked like it had once been used to hide something or someone. But there was no sign of a body or any bones, just a small faded child's nightgown hanging on a rusty nail. It was delicate and old, the kind of garment a child might have worn more than a century ago. I could not explain why the nightgown disturbed me so deeply. It was like a fragment of a story left untold, a piece of the past reaching out to the present. The humming grew louder, and the woman in the mirror appeared more frequently, her eyes pleading and mouth forming words I could not hear. The house was full of shadows, memories, and whispers, and I was starting to wonder if I had inherited more than just an old farmhouse. I was beginning to realize that this place held secrets, secrets that might not want to be uncovered. The next few days were a blur of restless nights and uneasy mornings. The humming never stopped, drifting through the house like a ghostly lullaby that I could neither catch nor understand. It seemed to come from the spare room closet, the same one that refused to stay closed. I found myself avoiding that room, but the pull was too strong. Something about it whispered to me, drawing me in even as it unsettled every part of my being. I spent more time talking to the neighbor, an older woman named Martha, who seemed to know everything about the house's history and more. She told me stories about the midwife who lived there in the late 1800s, a woman named Eliza. Martha said Eliza was well respected in the community, known for helping women through difficult births in a time when doctors were few and far between. But Eliza's story ended abruptly. One day she simply vanished, and no one ever saw her again. Rumors spread that she had been accused of witchcraft, that she was punished by the townspeople, or worse. Some said she hid herself in the house, and others whispered darker tales about what might have happened in the basement walls. Martha warned me that Eliza's spirit was said to linger, restless and trapped, unable to find peace. She spoke of strange noises at night, doors that opened and closed on their own, and the faint smell of lavender, Eliza's favorite scent, Martha said, that would sometimes fill the air. The stories chilled me, but there was a sadness in Martha's voice that made me want to understand more, not less. I decided to spend a night in the spare room, determined to confront whatever haunted that closet. The house creaked and groaned as the wind picked up outside, and every shadow seemed to flicker with movement. I sat in the dark, listening to the soft humming grow louder, filling the room like a presence pressing against the walls. At one point, the closet door slowly creaked open by itself, and I could swear I saw a faint glow coming from inside. My heart hammered in my chest, but I forced myself to stand and peer into the darkness. The hollow space behind the closet boards was more extensive than I had realized, a narrow cavity that stretched deeper than I could see. The child's nightgown still hung there, and beside it, a small bundle wrapped in cloth lay forgotten. I reached in carefully and pulled out a bundle of old letters, yellowed and fragile. The handwriting was delicate and looping, and as I read, I realized they were from Eliza herself, written in a time long before electricity or even telephones. The letters spoke of a secret Eliza carried, something that terrified her. She wrote about a child she had cared for in secret, a child who was sick and could not be saved by the medicine of the day. The letters hinted at a hidden room in the house, a place where Eliza had tried to protect the child from the outside world. She feared discovery, fearing the judgment and fear of her neighbors. Her last letter was a desperate plea for forgiveness and understanding, a cry for the child she loved and lost. The discovery added a new layer to the house's mystery. The child's nightgown suddenly made sense, but questions remained. What had happened to the child? Why was Eliza never found? And why did the humming persist, a ghostly echo of a past that refused to fade? That night, I saw the woman in the mirror again. She stood behind me, more solid than before, her mouth moving silently as if trying to speak. This time I reached out, not in fear but in hope. I whispered a simple question, "What do you want me to know?" Her eyes met mine, filled with sorrow and something else, a fragile hope. Then she vanished, leaving behind the faint scent of lavender and a silence that felt more like peace. I started researching Eliza's life and the history of the house more deeply. I learned that midwives in that era often faced suspicion and hostility, their knowledge seen as unnatural or dangerous. Eliza's disappearance might have been forced by fear and superstition, a tragic result of the times. The basement, the hidden closet, and the child's nightgown were pieces of a painful puzzle, a story of love, loss, and secrets meant to be buried. The house, I realized, was not just haunted by ghosts, but by history itself. The past was woven into the walls, carried in the hum of the night and the whispers behind closed doors. And in that hum, in the woman's silent plea, I found a connection to something greater, a call to remember, to understand, and to finally listen. The days following my discovery of Eliza's letters felt different, charged with a new sense of purpose. I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was waiting for me to understand something deeper, something that tied its history and hauntings together. I found myself spending more time in that spare room, drawn to the closet that refused to stay shut and the hollow space behind the boards. Each visit felt like stepping closer to a truth long buried beneath layers of dust and silence. I began to piece together bits of Eliza's life from the letters and old records I found in the county archives. She was a woman ahead of her time, skilled and compassionate, but living in an era where fear and suspicion could turn neighbors against each other in an instant. The child she cared for had been born under difficult circumstances, and the letters hinted at illnesses and hardships no one else was willing to face openly. Eliza's desperate attempts to protect that child, to shield them from judgment and harm, were heartbreaking and haunting. One afternoon, while cleaning the basement, I noticed something peculiar. Behind a loose brick near the foundation, there was a small, narrow passageway, just wide enough for someone to crawl through. I pulled aside debris and found it led to a tiny hidden chamber. The walls were rough and unfinished, and the air was damp and musty. Inside there was nothing but faint scratches on the stone and traces of something that might have been a makeshift bed or cradle. The space felt oppressive, as if it had been a prison rather than a sanctuary. The discovery added a heavy weight to the story. This hidden chamber was likely the place Eliza had used to hide the child, a desperate refuge in a world that showed no mercy. I imagined the fear and loneliness she must have felt, the burden of secrecy, and the heartbreak of losing someone she tried so hard to save. The house, with all its creaks and whispers, seemed to carry that sorrow in every corner. That night, the humming returned, softer but more insistent. I sat quietly in the spare room, the closet door slightly ajar, and tried to listen without fear. The woman in the mirror appeared again, her face clearer this time, her eyes filled with sadness, but also a fragile hope. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that I understood, that I was here to listen and remember. She mouthed words I couldn't hear, but the feeling was unmistakable. She wanted her story told. I started to research midwifery practices and the social stigma around them in the 19th century. It was a harsh world for women like Eliza, who often operated outside the law and societal norms. Accusations of witchcraft and malice were not uncommon, and many midwives suffered at the hands of frightened communities. Eliza's disappearance could very well have been the result of fear-driven actions, a punishment for daring to help those no one else would. The isolation I felt in the farmhouse mirrored some of what Eliza might have experienced. There were nights when the house felt unbearably lonely, the silence filled only by the soft hum and the creaking of the old wood. I would find myself staring at the closet door, half expecting it to open again, to reveal more secrets, or to hear her voice calling out. It was as if the house was alive with memories that wanted to be acknowledged. I confided in Martha about the hidden chamber and the letters. She listened quietly, her eyes reflecting years of untold stories. She told me more about the town's history, about families who had come and gone, and about the shadows that sometimes lingered too long. She said that the house was a place of grief and love, a place where time did not fully move on. One evening, while sitting in the kitchen, I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye. I turned to see the woman standing in the hallway, her form translucent but unmistakable. She looked at me with a gentle sadness and then slowly faded away. I wasn't frightened anymore. Instead, I felt a connection, a quiet understanding that we were bound by this place and its history. The child's nightgown still hangs in the closet, a silent testament to a story of loss and protection. I leave it there, a reminder of Eliza's love and the mysteries that remain. Sometimes I hear the humming at night, a soft lullaby that no longer feels threatening but comforting, as if the woman in the mirror is finally at peace. Living in the farmhouse has changed me. I have learned to listen to the whispers in the walls and the stories carried by the wind. The house holds its secrets close, but it also holds its memories with care. And in the quiet moments, I feel the presence of the woman who lived and loved here long ago, a spirit who waited for someone to hear her story. The farmhouse settled into a rhythm that felt both familiar and strange. I was no longer just a visitor in its walls, but a part of its ongoing story. The humming at night had softened into a background song, something I heard more with curiosity than fear. It was as if Eliza's presence had shifted, no longer a restless spirit, but a lingering memory seeking peace. Still, the house held its secrets close, and every creak or shadow reminded me of the past that had shaped it. I began spending more time in the town, talking to people who might know more about Eliza and the house's history. The older residents were hesitant at first, reluctant to dredge up stories some preferred to leave buried. But as I shared what I had found, the letters, the hidden chamber, the humming doors began to open. Pieces of the past came together through their memories, faded photographs, and local records. One man, whose family had lived nearby for generations, told me about Eliza's final days. According to his grandmother, Eliza had been shunned after rumors spread about her midwifery practices and the mysterious illness of the child she cared for. Some believed she was cursed. Others said she had taken the child to protect it from a cruel fate. The community's fear turned to anger, and Eliza disappeared without a trace. The story felt like a tragedy rewritten by time, a woman caught in a web of superstition and misunderstanding. The tale added weight to the house's atmosphere. It was not just a place haunted by ghosts, but by history, the kind of sorrow that lingers in silence and shadows. I felt connected to Eliza in a way that went beyond the supernatural. Her story was one of isolation, love, and loss, emotions that transcended time. One afternoon, while exploring the attic, I found an old chest filled with belongings, clothes, letters, and a diary that had somehow escaped being forgotten. The diary was written in Eliza's hand, fragile pages filled with her thoughts and fears. Reading her words brought me closer to understanding her struggles and the heavy burden she carried. She wrote about the child often, her hope and despair interwoven in a way that was heartbreaking. Eliza's entries described nights filled with fear, not just for the child but for herself. She feared discovery and punishment, but also something darker. There were mentions of voices in the house, shadows that moved independently, and a presence she could not explain. It was clear that her world was not only one of human hardship, but of something that brushed the edge of the unknown. The house seemed to respond as I read. The humming would swell briefly, and I sometimes caught a flicker in the corner of my eye. But these moments felt less like hauntings and more like acknowledgments, gentle reminders that Eliza's story was still alive within these walls. The mirror in the hallway remained a focus of strange encounters. The woman I saw there no longer frightened me. Sometimes I would see her watching quietly, other times mouthing words I could not hear. I began to speak to her softly, sharing what I had learned and promising to honor her memory. It was a strange form of communication, but it brought a sense of calm that had eluded me before. I also explored the basement more carefully, taking note of the construction and the hidden spaces. The wall where the child was rumored to have been hidden still stood, but I found no evidence of a burial. The emptiness there was both unsettling and relieving. It suggested that the truth was more complicated than rumors and fears. Maybe Eliza had hidden the child to protect rather than imprison, or perhaps the child had been taken elsewhere. One evening, while sitting near the fireplace, I felt a presence beside me, not threatening, but warm. The scent of lavender filled the air, strong and comforting. I closed my eyes and felt a quiet peace settle over the room. It was as if Eliza was finally at rest, freed from the chains of suspicion and fear that had bound her spirit for so long. Living in the farmhouse taught me to listen to the creaks in the floor, the whispers in the wind, and the stories hidden in the dust. The house was more than wood and nails. It was a vessel for memory and emotion, a place where past and present intertwined. I learned that sometimes the ghosts that haunt us are not specters, but memories demanding to be seen and understood. The child's nightgown still hangs in the closet, a silent reminder of love and loss, protection and pain. It is a symbol of a story unfinished, but no longer shrouded in fear. The house feels lighter now, not free of its past, but at peace with it. I often think about Eliza and the child, about the hardships they faced, and the courage it took to love in a world that offered so little kindness. Their story is woven into the very fabric of the farmhouse, and I am honored to be its keeper. Sometimes, when the wind rustles through the trees and the house hums softly, I feel her presence nearby, not as a ghost, but as a guardian, watching over the home and the memories it holds. The days had grown quieter, but the house still held an energy that was impossible to ignore. Each morning the sunlight would creep through the cracked windows and fall on the worn wooden floor, casting long shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. The humming that once filled the nights had softened, no longer an eerie melody, but something more like a memory brushing against the walls. It was a sound that felt less like a warning and more like a song of remembrance, a lullaby carried by time itself. I spent hours wandering through the rooms, touching the peeling wallpaper, running my fingers along the rough edges of the wooden banister, and tracing the faded outlines of old photographs left behind in forgotten drawers. Every object seemed to carry a story, a fragment of the past waiting patiently for someone to listen. The house was like a book written in dust and shadows, and I was slowly learning to read its language. The child's nightgown remained in the closet, a small piece of fragile fabric hanging quietly as if guarding the secrets it had witnessed. I never touched it, afraid that disturbing it might awaken the echoes it held. Instead, I left it as a symbol of Eliza's love and loss, a reminder of the child she had tried to protect in a world that offered little mercy. The woman in the mirror became a familiar presence, no longer startling or frightening. She watched with eyes full of sorrow and hope, and sometimes I imagined her mouthing words I could almost understand. I spoke to her softly, sharing the things I had learned and the emotions I carried. It was a strange companionship, a conversation that transcended time and space. I felt like I was part of something much larger than myself, a link in a chain stretching back generations. I began to dig deeper into Eliza's history, reaching out to local historians and poring over old newspapers and records. I discovered more about the hardships she faced, how midwives were often mistrusted, how a single accusation could ruin a life, and how isolation was both a punishment and a refuge. Eliza's courage in the face of such adversity resonated with me, and I found myself admiring her strength and compassion. Sometimes, when the wind howled through the trees and the house seemed to breathe with its own life, I felt Eliza's presence more strongly. The scent of lavender would fill the air, and the humming would rise and fall like a heartbeat. It was a reminder that her story was still alive, woven into the very fabric of the farmhouse. The hidden chamber in the basement weighed on my mind. I could not forget the narrow space, the rough stone walls, and the faint marks left by hands desperate for freedom or comfort. It was a place of both hope and despair, a testament to the love and fear that had shaped Eliza's life. I wondered what became of the child, and whether their spirit still lingered alongside Eliza's. Neighbors began to share their own stories, tales passed down through families about the farmhouse and its former inhabitants. Some spoke of strange lights seen flickering in the windows on stormy nights, others of soft singing carried on the wind. The house had become a part of the community's collective memory, a symbol of endurance and mystery. Despite the weight of the past, life in the farmhouse slowly took on a rhythm of its own. I planted flowers in the garden, tended to the old wood stove, and repaired broken windows. Each act of care felt like a bridge between past and present, a way to honor the lives that had come before while creating a space for new memories. The humming never completely disappeared, but it no longer felt like a presence to fear. Instead, it became a reminder of resilience, a song that had survived through hardship and silence. The woman in the mirror, the child's nightgown, and the hidden chamber were not just remnants of sorrow, but symbols of love and the enduring power of memory. One evening, as I sat by the fire, the house seemed to sigh with contentment. The shadows softened and the air grew warm with the scent of lavender. I felt a gentle touch, a presence beside me that was both comforting and profound. It was as if Eliza was finally at peace, her story told and her spirit embraced. Living in the farmhouse has changed me. I have learned to listen to the whispers in the walls, the songs carried on the breeze, and the stories hidden in the dust. The house is more than a structure. It is a living testament to the lives and loves that have shaped it. Through sorrow and silence, fear and hope, its heart beats steady and strong. The child's nightgown remains, a delicate thread connecting past and present, a reminder that even in the darkest places, love endures. The woman in the mirror watches with quiet grace, no longer a ghost, but a guardian of memory and peace. And when the wind carries the softest hum through the trees, I know that Eliza is near, singing her lullaby, a song of healing, of remembrance, and of the enduring power of a story finally told. The farmhouse settled into a quiet stillness that felt both comforting and profound. I had come to understand that this old house was more than just wood and stone. It was a vessel for stories, memories, and the echoes of lives long gone but never forgotten. The presence I had once feared had transformed into something gentle, a silent companion that watched over the rooms and halls with quiet grace. Eliza's spirit, if it could be called that, no longer haunted me, but seemed to rest in peace, finally released from the shadows that had bound her for so long. In the last weeks, I spent much time reflecting on the journey I had taken since inheriting the house. What started as curiosity and a touch of unease had become a deep connection to the past, to a woman who lived and loved in a world very different from my own. Eliza's story was one of courage and tragedy, a reminder of how fear and misunderstanding could shape destinies and leave scars that last for generations. Through her letters, the hidden chamber, and the soft humming that filled the nights, I had come to know her, not as a ghost but as a person, a mother, a healer, and a soul seeking peace. I decided to hold a small gathering at the farmhouse, inviting neighbors and local historians who had shared their stories and helped me piece together Eliza's life. It was a chance to honor her memory, to bring light to the darkness that had shrouded the house, and to celebrate the resilience of those who came before us. The evening was filled with quiet conversations, shared memories, and moments of reflection. We lit candles and placed them near the closet where the child's nightgown hung, a symbol of love and loss, protection and remembrance. As the fire flickered and the night deepened, I felt the presence of Eliza more strongly than ever. The scent of lavender drifted softly through the air, mingling with the warm glow of candlelight. For a moment, I thought I saw her standing quietly in the corner, her eyes filled with gratitude and peace. It was a fleeting vision, but it left a lasting impression, a gentle reassurance that her story was now part of ours, woven into the fabric of the community and the house itself. In the days that followed, I continued to restore the farmhouse with care and respect. Each repair, each brushstroke, felt like a tribute to the past and a step toward a hopeful future. The humming remained, but it was no longer a haunting melody. It was a lullaby that carried healing and connection. The woman in the mirror appeared less frequently, and when she did, it was with a calm and quiet presence that felt like a blessing. I often thought about the child whose nightgown still hung in the closet. Though their fate remained a mystery, I believed they were part of the story's heart, a symbol of innocence caught in the tides of history. The hidden chamber in the basement, with its rough stone walls and faint scratches, was a testament to the love and fear that had shaped this home. It was a place where secrets had been kept safe, and where the past and present met in silence. Living in the farmhouse had changed me in ways I could not fully explain. It taught me to listen to the whispers in the walls, the stories carried on the wind, and the quiet songs of those who came before. The house was a reminder that memory is a powerful force, that love endures beyond time, and that even in darkness, there is light waiting to be found. As seasons changed, the farmhouse stood steadfast, its heart beating softly in the rhythm of life and memory. The community around it grew closer, bound by the stories shared and the healing begun. The house was no longer just a place of shadows, but a home filled with hope, compassion, and the enduring power of understanding. On quiet nights, when the world outside sleeps and the moon casts silver light through the windows, I sometimes hear the softest humming, a lullaby that carries both sorrow and peace. It is a song that reminds me of Eliza, of the child she loved, and of the stories that live on in the spaces between light and shadow. And so the farmhouse remains a guardian of memories, a witness to history, and a place where the past and present come together in a delicate dance of healing and remembrance. The woman in the closet has found her voice, no longer silent but singing softly, her story finally told and her spirit free. I got the deal through one of those last-minute booking apps. You know, the kind, vague listings, blurry photos, business king room, in a chain hotel that had probably changed ownership 6 times in the last decade. I wasn't picky. I had a conference in Manchester and didn't want to shell out full price for one night. It was just me, one bag, and a PowerPoint I was dreading presenting the next morning. The lobby was clean enough, slightly too warm, that smell of overused carpet shampoo thick in the air. A man at the front desk handed me a key card with one hand while scrolling his phone with the other. He told me the lift was down, but that it was only one flight. I nodded and took the stairs, dragging my suitcase behind me with a rattle. Room 212. The hallway was dim and silent. One of the overhead bulbs flickered when I passed beneath it. I didn't think much of it. These kinds of places always felt a bit in between, not quite empty, but not alive either. The room itself was fine. That's the word I kept using, fine. One double bed with a maroon throw across the foot, small desk with a broken lampshade, TV bolted to the wall. The bathroom was clean but tired, grout lines yellowed with age. There was a single high window that faced a brick wall, about 2 feet from the glass. No view, no natural light. I set my things down, changed into a hoodie and joggers, and lay on the bed with the television on low. Just background noise. I was too wired to sleep, too bored to do anything else. Ended up scrolling through my phone for most of the evening, killing time until it made sense to try and sleep. I turned everything off around midnight. The room was silent, not peaceful, just off, like it wasn't used to someone being inside. The mattress was too soft, the air felt dry, and the sheets smelled faintly of lavender and something else I couldn't place. Something flat and stale, like dust that had settled too deep into the fabric to wash out. I fell asleep sometime around 1. I woke up to breathing. At first I thought it was mine, that half-asleep confusion where you hear your own body like it's someone else's, but it wasn't mine. The rhythm was wrong, slower, deeper. A dry rasp at the end of each exhale. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, but not completely. The curtain was cracked slightly at the top, letting in a sliver of light from the brick wall lamp outside. I could see the shapes of furniture, the foot of the bed, my open suitcase against the far wall. The sound was still going. Not from the hallway, not through the door. It was behind me. The headboard was mounted to the wall, a simple wooden panel bolted above the mattress. The breathing came from directly behind it, close enough to feel like it was in the same room. Close enough to feel like if I put my hand flat against the wall, I'd feel warmth pulsing through it. I didn't move for a long time. Just lay there, frozen, listening. The breaths were steady, not labored, not panicked. Just steady, in and out, in and out. I told myself it had to be a pipe, or maybe someone in the next room. Thin walls. These places are full of noise, but I didn't hear anything else. No creaking, no plumbing, no voices. Just that breathing, perfectly timed like a metronome. I sat up slowly, switched on the lamp. The sound stopped. Not faded, not muffled. Stopped. I waited a minute. Then two. Then got out of bed and knelt on the mattress, facing the headboard. I leaned in close, pressed my ear against the wall. Nothing, but something felt off about the panel itself. I ran my fingers along the edges. The headboard wasn't flush with the wall. There was a small gap near the bottom, just enough space to slide a finger behind it. I pulled gently. It didn't move much, but I could feel that it was hollow behind. Not plaster, not brick. Air. Space. And something else. A draft, cool and faint, brushing against my fingertips. I grabbed the edge of the mattress and shifted it a few inches forward, just enough to expose the wall behind. That's when I saw the vent. It was small, square, and painted the same color as the wall, off-white with a few scuff marks. Easy to miss unless you were looking for it. The cover was metal, screwed in at each corner. But in the center, behind the slats, there was something round. Glossy. It caught the light. I leaned closer. And that's when I saw the lens. A camera. Small, no bigger than a fingertip. The kind used in phone screens or peepholes. Pointed directly at the bed. I backed away fast. My whole body felt electric. Not panicked, not yet, just lit up with adrenaline. I stood in the middle of the room, staring at the vent like it might blink. The breathing hadn't returned. But I didn't feel alone. I grabbed my bag, shoved everything inside without folding or sorting, and left the room with the lights still on. I didn't look back, didn't double-check the drawers. I just walked out and took the stairs down, my heart pounding like I'd left the oven on. At the desk, a different man was working. Young, polite, too polite. I told him I wanted to check out early. He gave me a rehearsed smile and asked if everything had been all right. I told him there was a vent behind the bed with something in it. His face changed. Not confused, not concerned. Just blank. Then he said, "That room hasn't been booked in months." I didn't ask any more questions. I left, and I haven't booked a last-minute room since. I didn't go home right away. I drove for a while, past the city limits, past a few roundabouts I didn't recognize. until I found a petrol station with a lit-up car park and an open cafe. I ordered a tea I didn't drink and sat in the back corner with my laptop open, staring at the login screen for longer than I care to admit. I couldn't stop thinking about the sound, that low, wet rhythm of air, the way it had stopped the second I turned on the lamp, like someone holding their breath and waiting. It didn't feel like a coincidence. It felt reactive. It felt like whatever was back there knew I was awake. I wasn't ready to drive home, not yet. I didn't want to get back to my flat and lie awake in silence, wondering if I'd brought something back with me. I know how that sounds. Like superstition or guilt or some mix of both. But when you walk out of a room and someone tells you it should have been empty for months, it changes the rules in your head. I kept seeing the lens. Not the breathing, not the sound, just the eye of it. That tiny glossy circle catching the light like it wanted me to notice, like it had been waiting. Once the tea had gone cold, I opened my browser and searched the hotel by name. First few results were standard booking sites, mixed reviews, some travel blogs. The sort of things that might say the towels were thin or the breakfast was overpriced, but no mention of anything unusual, no mentions of vents or cameras or strange noise complaints. Nothing that matched what I had experienced. I dug deeper. I started looking through archived news articles, narrowing the search by location and year. I skimmed crime reports, landlord disputes, old fire inspections, and then I found it. It was a single paragraph buried in an article from 8 years ago. The piece was about a missing woman from Salford. Her name was Anna Reeves, 28 years old. Last seen leaving a restaurant in the city center. There was a grainy CCTV image of her crossing the street just before midnight, alone, holding her coat closed against the wind. The article wasn't about the hotel, not directly. But near the end it said her phone had last pinged near the Manchester Hotel District, and then in a single throwaway line, it mentioned that she had booked a room at a chain location on Piccadilly, the one I had just left. Room 212. It was written clearly, not a suggestion, a fact. She had booked that room. But there was no follow-up. No note of whether she had checked in. No mention of whether staff had seen her. It was like the room swallowed the story along with her. I copied the article and saved a PDF, not because I planned to share it, just because I needed to know I wasn't going to wake up and find it gone. The next step wasn't logical, it wasn't safe, but it felt necessary. I drove back, not to the hotel itself, just to the street behind it. I parked 2 blocks away and walked through the back alleys until I found the staff door. No cameras that I could see. A small rusted bin enclosure with cigarette butts piled around the corner. A few crates stacked by the back entrance. I stood there for a minute before turning back. I wasn't going to break in. I wasn't that far gone, but I needed to feel how close I could get before something told me to leave. And that feeling came fast. I didn't hear breathing this time. I didn't see a camera. But I did hear a knock. Not from the building. From my car. I turned around slowly and saw a man standing beside the driver's door. Late 40s. Hoodie zipped halfway up. He didn't wave, didn't shout. Just tapped his knuckles against the window once more, like it was his car, and I had parked in the wrong place. I walked back, trying not to look nervous. He turned and walked off without saying a word. No confrontation, no threat. Just gone around the corner and out of sight. I checked the door. No marks, nothing missing. But I locked it anyway and drove home with every mirror angled so I could see behind me. Back at my flat, I finally let myself collapse. I closed the curtains, turned on every light. I didn't sleep. I didn't even lie down. I sat on the sofa with a blanket wrapped around my shoulders and played an old movie at low volume, just to keep the silence away. The next morning, I called the hotel. I gave a fake name and asked to speak to someone about a lost item. I said I had stayed in room 212. The voice on the phone hesitated, said 212 was not currently available. I asked why. They said the room was out of service for maintenance. I asked what kind of maintenance. They hung up. Not disconnected, not static, just a click, a line gone dead. That was 2 days ago. Since then, I haven't received any calls, no follow-up, no apology, nothing. I told myself I should let it go. People vanish every day. Hotel managers lie. Maybe the lens was a leftover from some weird security setup. Maybe the breathing came from next door or from the vent itself. Maybe my brain filled in the rest because it needed a story. But last night, I got an email. No subject, no sender listed, just a single line of text in the body. It said, "Room 212 is not empty." That's all. I didn't reply. I deleted the email. But I didn't forget it, because neither did whoever sent it. I told myself I was done. After the email, I shut my laptop and swore I wouldn't open it again for anything that wasn't work-related. I made tea. I watched a sitcom I didn't really follow. I told myself that whatever room 212 was or wasn't, it didn't matter now. I had left it behind. But the truth was, the moment I read that line, "Room 212 is not empty," something changed. Not in the way I felt about the room, in the way I felt about myself. I realized I had become part of it. That email wasn't marketing spam or some troll on a forum. That was personal, directed. It meant someone had seen me, watched me leave, and remembered. By morning, I had the familiar hollow feeling of unfinished business. I tried to ignore it, but it came back like a bruise you forgot was there. So I started digging again. This time I searched for guest reviews, not official listings, but the weird corners of the internet, independent hotel review blogs, forgotten forums, pages people don't know how to delete. I filtered every mention of that hotel name with the word breathing. There weren't many hits, but there was one. A post from 4 years ago, archived and anonymous. It had no title, just a timestamp and a short story. A man described checking into the hotel late at night after missing a train. The staff gave him a key to a room on the second floor near the end of the corridor. He didn't remember the number, but he remembered waking up around 3 in the morning to the sound of someone breathing heavily behind the headboard. He said he lay there, frozen, for almost 10 minutes before getting up to splash water on his face. When he came back from the bathroom, the sound had stopped. He checked out early. No refund. He ended the post with one sentence that stuck with me. It felt like the room was trying to breathe through me. That line stayed with me all day. I couldn't stop picturing that little square vent, the camera lens behind it, the hollow behind the headboard. I kept coming back to that moment when I leaned in close and felt the draft. It hadn't been strong. Just enough to register, but vents don't work like that. Air conditioning makes noise, heat makes noise. That space was silent. The air moved, but nothing powered it. It was like the room itself was exhaling. That night I called a friend who used to do maintenance work in older buildings. I asked him a hypothetical question. What would be behind a sealed headboard in a hotel like that? He said probably nothing. Most hotel walls back onto identical rooms, a solid partition. No reason to leave a void unless it was structural. I asked if anyone could access it. He said not unless it was built that way on purpose. The way he said on purpose didn't sit right. I stayed up late that night reading about hidden camera laws, about how some hotels have been caught installing devices for surveillance, sometimes for reasons no one ever fully explains. Most stories had lawsuits, police statements, settlements, but not that hotel, not room 212. No complaints filed, no warnings online, nothing to market. I searched police records next. Tried to find any follow-up on the missing woman, Anna Reeves. No arrests, no theories, just one more article, older than the first, from the week after she vanished. It mentioned that a cleaning staff member had come forward saying they thought they saw her in the hallway near the vending machine. 3 a.m. Same floor. No CCTV footage available. The staff member said she looked lost or confused. She was wearing a hotel robe and no shoes. They had not reported it at the time because they thought she was just a tired guest. That detail made something turn over in my stomach, because when I checked in, there had been no vending machine on that floor. Just the corridor, just the rooms, just a single flickering light overhead. The machine had been removed. No one had replaced it. But if she had really been there, if she had really wandered out at that hour, confused and barefoot, then the timeline didn't match the story in the article about her phone pinging the area and then going dark, because it hadn't gone dark. She had. That thought chilled me more than the email. The silence, the disappearance, the implication that people had seen her and chosen not to remember, or had been told not to. I wrote down everything. I opened a new file and typed out the timeline as best I could. Arrival. Room number. Breathing. The vent. The lens. The staff's reaction. The article. The post. The email. It felt like stitching together something that was never supposed to be a full picture. But I kept going. I searched for other names linked to the hotel, and eventually I found another one. Robert Hale. He had been listed as missing for 2 weeks in late autumn 5 years ago. The last place he was seen. A hotel bar on the edge of Manchester's city centre. The same street. A different room, but on the same floor. Second level. And when the police followed up with the hotel, they were told there was no record of him ever checking in. I looked for his photo. Nothing remarkable. Just a man in his 30s, button-up shirt, kind eyes. Gone without explanation. And now his name, like Anna's, had been reduced to a paragraph online and a cold note in a database somewhere. That's when it hit me. The room might not be haunted. It might not be cursed. It might just be designed that way. Somewhere along the line, someone turned room 212 into something else. Not a place to stay. A place to take. I didn't tell anyone I was going back. Not because I was afraid they would stop me, more because I wasn't sure what I would even say. Hey, I think I stayed in a hotel room that watches people and possibly swallows them whole doesn't come across well, even with friends who know you're not prone to panic. I kept everything to myself, packed a small bag, and took the train into Manchester like I was just running errands. I didn't bring a laptop, no recording gear. Just a notebook, a pen, and an old disposable camera I had lying around from a birthday 3 years ago. I didn't want to rely on anything digital, not this time. I walked into the lobby around 3 in the afternoon. Same beige walls, same soft music that sounded like it was playing underwater. A new guy at the desk, young, neat, buttoned up like he was still trying to impress someone. I asked for a room. One night, I said, no special requests. He tapped a few keys and gave me a small smile. We have one available on the second floor, room 212. My stomach tightened. I nodded, tried to keep my face still. He slid the key card across the desk and told me the lift was working again. I thanked him and didn't use it. I took the stairs 2 at a time, gripping the bag too tightly in my hand. The hallway hadn't changed. Same light flickering halfway down. Same odd quiet, like everything had been turned down a notch. I walked slowly to the door, listening. Not for breathing. Not yet. Just for anything that would tell me I wasn't alone. Room 212. The numbers on the door were slightly crooked, like they'd been removed and put back on by someone who didn't care. I slid the key card. The lock clicked. The room was the same. Exactly the same. Maroon bed throw, desk lamp with a cracked shade, same faint smell of something too clean layered over something much older. I didn't move right away. Just stood there in the doorway, trying to figure out if it felt different. It didn't. It felt like it was waiting. I set my bag on the chair and pulled the mattress away from the headboard just like before. There it was, the vent, same off-white paint, same scratches around the corners where it had been installed. I pulled out the disposable camera and took a photo. Then I knelt, flashlight in hand, and looked through the slats again. This time, there was no lens. Just darkness. And space. I should have been relieved. Instead, I felt worse. Because now it meant someone had removed it. Someone knew it had been seen. I didn't try to unscrew the vent. I didn't want to find a wire or a hole or worse. I had another idea. I turned the flashlight off. I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes. And I waited. The hours passed slowly. Outside, traffic thinned. The air conditioning unit on the other side of the building hummed on and off. I didn't sleep. At exactly 3 in the morning, I heard it again. The breathing. This time I didn't freeze. I opened my eyes slowly, careful not to move. The sound was fainter than before, but it was there. Right behind the headboard. I reached under the pillow and pulled out the notebook. I wrote one sentence. 3:01 a.m. Breathing started again. I pressed my ear to the wall. The sound was clearer there. Slow inhales, even slower exhales, almost thoughtful, like it wasn't struggling. Just waiting. I knocked once, softly, on the wall. The breathing stopped. I waited. 10 seconds, then 15. Then it started again. But now it was louder, faster, like something had woken up. I stood and pushed the mattress out of the way completely. I shone my light through the vent again. Still darkness, but now it was deeper. I don't know how else to explain that. It looked the same, but it felt like the space had widened, like it was deeper now than it had been before. I whispered, "Who's there?" The breathing stopped, and then something tapped back. 3 soft knocks. Just behind the wall. I staggered back and hit the desk with my hip. The lamp flickered. I stared at the wall like it would open. Nothing did. I didn't sleep. I sat in the desk chair, notebook open on my lap, camera on the table, flashlight on the floor. At 5 in the morning, the breathing stopped completely. The silence was worse. I packed my things and checked out at 6. The guy at the desk didn't say a word. He didn't even look at me. Back home, I developed the photo. Just one. The shot of the vent. But when I picked it up from the shop, there was something wrong. The photo was blank. Not overexposed, not damaged. Just gray. A full square of nothing. Like the camera had taken a picture of fog, or of a place that didn't want to be seen. I stared at it for a long time. Then I put it in a drawer and didn't open it again. I tried to forget about the photo. I tucked it in a folder at the back of my desk drawer and didn't look at it again. It was just gray, completely gray. Not blurry, not black, not even out of focus, just one solid tone like it had been filled with static and silence. The shop said the camera was working fine, no chemical issues, no processing errors. 1 frame out of 24, they said, just that one. It took me 3 days to realize I had to go back again. Not to the hotel. I had done that already. I had seen what I was meant to see. This time, I needed to know who had made it that way. I needed to understand why room 212 was allowed to keep swallowing people whole, while the staff just handed out keys like nothing was wrong. So I started calling. The hotel's main number routed me in circles. I got a new voice every time, different names, different scripts, all saying the same things. They could not disclose guest histories. They could not confirm room status. One woman even told me the room was under long-term renovation, even though I had just slept in it 48 hours earlier. I gave up on the phone and started digging through property records, Manchester Council databases, building licenses, fire inspections. I filed a few public record requests. Used an old uni login I still had access to. Most of it was noise, but eventually, one name kept showing up. Torrance Holdings Limited. They were listed as the parent company for the property, a holding group registered in Manchester but tied to addresses in other cities. I followed the trail until I found a company registry listing from 12 years ago that named a director. Just one. Walter Hale. The surname stopped me. Hale. The same name as Robert Hale, the man who went missing 5 years ago, last seen at the hotel. I started pulling old news again. Robert Hale, age 34, vanished in early November. Police said he had been on a business trip. Last contact was with his wife. A text saying he had checked in safely, then nothing. I looked deeper into Walter Hale. Not much. He was older, 60s maybe. He had run a few companies. Most of them dissolved, all small, all with vague names and little public history. A man who moved behind paperwork. But I found a number. I stared at it for a long time before calling. He answered on the third ring. His voice was calm, polite, not surprised. I told him I was writing about urban legends, strange hotel stories, that I had come across the name of his company in some documents and wanted to ask a few questions. There was a pause. Then he said, "You stayed in the room." It wasn't a question. I said yes. He asked, "Did you move the mattress?" I said yes. Another pause. Then he said, "You're not the first, but you're one of the only ones who left." I asked him what that meant. He said, "The room is not haunted. It's occupied." I waited for him to go on. He didn't. I asked him what was behind the vent, what was in the wall, what had happened to Anna Reeves, to Robert Hale. I asked him if he had built it that way, or if he had just inherited something that couldn't be removed. He said only this: "The room was sealed in 1980, 3 after a tenant died inside. It was not a hotel then. It was housing, council owned. No family, no funeral, just a quiet note in a file. The wall was added later. The vent was never meant to be accessible, but things shift over time." I asked him what had died in there. He said, "Something that needed company." I asked him if the breathing was real. He said, "Not anymore." I asked him if he ever stayed there himself. He hung up. I sat there with the receiver pressed to my ear long after the line went dead. Then I wrote everything down. I printed the missing persons reports. I saved the old building plans. I copied the emails and my notes and the transcribed call. I put it all in an envelope and mailed it to myself. Just in case. That night, I dreamed of the room again. But this time I was outside it, standing in the hallway holding the key card, while the door pulsed like it was breathing. The whole frame inhaling and exhaling. I never opened it. I just stood there, listening. When I woke up, I knew what I had to do. Not go back. Not to the room. To the council office. I requested a visit to the archives, historical property files, specifically the building that housed the hotel before conversion. The clerk handed me a box. Inside were blueprints. Old ones. Faded, stained, but legible. Room 212 had not been a room originally. It had been part of a larger flat. Flat 4. A top-floor unit. But in 1983, the layout changed. A dividing wall was added. A door sealed. And in the margins of the plan, a handwritten note. Unit split per incident. No re-entry permitted. No details. No explanation. Just that. I photocopied it. I put the copy in the envelope with the rest. When I left the building, the air felt heavier than it should have. Not hot, not cold, just thick. Like the moment before a thunderclap. I went home. I double-locked the door. And for the first time in days, I unplugged everything. I sat in the dark and waited. There was no breathing. But I still felt watched. I didn't leave the flat for 3 days after I found the blueprints. I kept the envelope on the coffee table, sealed with everything inside: the photographs, the articles, the notes from my call with Walter Hale, and the floor plan showing the wall that should never have been built. I told myself I was done, that I had everything I needed, that I had made it out of the room, and that alone should be enough. But I kept coming back to one question. Who else was left? How many people had checked into that room and never walked back out? The official count was 0, but Anna Reeves, Robert Hale. A list of others whose names never made the papers, whose families never heard back. The disappearances that got written off as travel gone wrong, or simply dropped by time. And that breathing. I could still hear it sometimes, even in my flat, not as sound, as memory, a rhythm that had carved itself into the back of my brain. I would be brushing my teeth or standing in the lift at work, and suddenly I'd feel it again, that quiet intake, that rasping exhale, like something just outside the wall was waiting for me to fall asleep. By the 4th night, I knew I had to go back one last time. Not to stay. Not to ask questions. To end it. I arrived just after 2 in the morning. I parked down the road and walked the rest of the way, the hotel rising ahead of me like it had always been there. No windows open, no lights showing through the curtains. Just a quiet rectangle of concrete, the kind of building that people pass by without ever really seeing. The front door was unlocked. The desk was empty. I stepped inside and paused, listening for voices. Nothing. No music, no footsteps, just the low hum of the vending machine in the far corner, the one they claimed had been removed. I took the stairs to the 2nd floor. The hallway stretched ahead, dim and familiar. The same bulb still flickered near the middle. I counted doors until I reached 212. The numbers were missing. Only the faint outline of where they had been screwed into the wood. I tried the handle. It opened. No key card, no resistance. Just the soft click of a latch giving way. Inside, the room was exactly how I remembered it. The maroon throw, the headboard, the vent in the wall, the faint chemical smell that had never fully gone. I didn't bring bags this time, just a small crowbar and my phone. I walked straight to the bed and pulled it forward until the headboard was fully exposed. Then I started working on the vent. The screws came loose faster than I expected, like someone had already done this before me. I pulled the cover off and set it gently on the floor. Behind it was nothing but black. Not darkness black. A void. I reached inside, phone in one hand, flashlight on. The beam caught something. A surface. Maybe 2 feet back. I leaned in further. It was not a wall. It was a door. A small one, about half the size of a cupboard. Flat metal with chipped white paint and a sliding bolt on one side. I hesitated, my fingers hovering near the latch. Then I slid it open. The panel creaked. Inside, the space opened wider than it should have. I crawled through. The room was no bigger than a walk-in wardrobe, but the air was colder. Still, it smelled like dust and damp cloth. The floor was covered in what looked like old bedding. Thin sheets, gray with age, laid out like a nest. And in the far corner, something moved. A shape. Small. Still breathing. But it wasn't alive. Not anymore. It was a body. Mummified by time, curled in the fetal position, arms wrapped tight around its chest. I stepped closer and saw the remains of a robe, the hotel's logo still visible near the shoulder. Beside it, a phone. Smashed screen, dead battery. Anna Reeves. I knelt down, heart hammering, and whispered her name. The air changed. Behind me, something shifted. Not sound. Not motion. Just pressure. I turned. Nothing. But the breathing had stopped. For good this time. I left the way I came in. Slid the vent cover back into place. Did not touch the bedding. Did not disturb the body. I walked downstairs. Still no staff. Still no one at the desk. I left through the lobby and walked until I found the first open cafe and called the police. I gave them my name. Told them where to go. Told them what they'd find. I did not wait around. Back home, I left the envelope on the kitchen counter. It felt lighter now, like its purpose had been fulfilled. The news reported on the discovery the next day. Human remains found in sealed utility space in local hotel. No foul play suspected. Identity pending. The hotel chain released a statement calling it a shocking and tragic discovery and promised a full investigation. Room 212 was never mentioned. But I knew. I had seen it. I had heard it. And now it was over. For me. For her. Maybe even for the room. I still don't book last-minute hotels. Still don't sleep with my bed against the wall. But I do breathe easier now, because whatever had been there, whatever had fed on silence and secrets, was finished. Rooms don't stay hungry forever. Eventually they fill, and then they rest. Almost did not want to share this because it sounds insane when I say it out loud, but it's been eating at me, and I need to get it out there. It started a few weeks ago when my little sister, who is 8, began playing this game she calls Hide with the Tall Man. At first, it seemed innocent enough. Kids make up all kinds of weird games, right? But then things started to get weird. The kind of weird that sticks with you even when you try to ignore it. She told me the tall man only played at night and that he liked to hide behind the doors. She said he was really tall with no eyes and that he followed her everywhere. I laughed it off at first, thinking it was just her imagination running wild. But then I started hearing her giggling in her room at 3 a.m. I would lie in bed, listening to the soft sound echoing down the hall, and it felt wrong. No other kid should be awake and giggling alone like that. The next day, I found her drawings. She had been sketching this tall, stick-figure man with no eyes, always standing behind her or lurking just out of reach. The pictures were simple, but the way she drew him made my skin crawl. It was like she was trying to warn me without saying a word. I asked her about it, and she just smiled and said, "He's my friend. He likes to play hide and seek." I wanted to believe her, but the look in her eyes was too serious, too knowing for a child. One night, I got up to check on her after hearing the giggling again. I stood outside her door and saw her talking softly to the closet, whispering, "I'm ready." It sent a chill down my spine. I wanted to open the door, to pull her away from whatever was happening in that room, but something stopped me. I wasn't sure if it was fear or disbelief or something else entirely. I just stood there, frozen, watching her. The next morning she was gone. Her bed was untouched, her favorite toys scattered across the floor, but no sign of her. The police came, and they searched everywhere, but it was like she vanished into thin air. The only clue they found was her favorite toy, hidden inside the closet, and on the wall next to it, a small handprint that did not belong to either of us. I keep wondering what really happened to her. Was there someone out there, a real person who knew how to get close to her and vanish without a trace? Was she going through something so dark that her mind created the tall man to cope? Or is there something else, something dark and real that only kids can see, and that takes them when they least expect it? I don't have answers, and I'm scared I never will. But if you've ever heard of something like this, or if you know what to do, please tell me. Because right now, all I have are the shadows and whispers of a game that shouldn't have been played. The days after she disappeared felt unreal. The house was too quiet, like a part of it had been emptied out with her absence. I kept expecting to hear her giggling from her room, or the soft shuffle of her footsteps in the hallway, but there was only silence. I couldn't stop replaying everything, her talking about the tall man, the drawings, the whispered words to the closet door. The image of her standing there, so calm and so certain, saying, "I'm ready," haunted me more than I wanted to admit. The police came and went, filling the house with their questions and their flashlights, but they found nothing. No footprints, no signs of a struggle, nothing except for her favorite stuffed bunny left tucked in the back of the closet and that handprint on the wall. It wasn't hers, and it wasn't mine. The officers said it was strange, but offered no explanation. I tried to explain the game, the tall man, but it sounded ridiculous, like I was making it up. They nodded politely, then moved on to more concrete leads that never materialized. I spent nights in her room, searching for any clue. Her drawings were everywhere, taped to the walls and scattered on the floor. The tall man's featureless face and impossibly long arms stretched across page after page. She never drew his eyes, always a blank space where they should be. I wondered if she was afraid to look at him, or if maybe she just didn't want to see them. Her handwriting was childlike, but the messages hidden in some of the scribbles were chilling. Words like hide, ready, and don't look, repeated over and over, like a secret code meant for someone or something. Friends and neighbors asked if I had seen anything strange, but no one had. No one else seemed to notice the tall man or hear the giggling at night. It made me feel even more alone, like I was the only one trapped in a nightmare no one else believed was real. I wondered if my sister had been the only one who could see him, if the tall man was something that existed only in the space where children's imaginations and fears overlap. Some nights, I heard her voice in my dreams, soft and distant, calling my name or singing that same lullaby she used to hum before bed. I would wake up reaching for her, only to find empty sheets and a cold room. Sometimes, the closet door in her room would creak open slightly, even though I was sure I had closed and bolted it before going to sleep. It felt like the house itself was breathing, alive with the memory of her and the game she played. I started talking to people who worked with children, hoping to understand if what happened was the result of trauma or something else. Some suggested my sister might have been going through a mental break, using the tall man as a way to cope with fear or stress she could not put into words. It made sense in some ways. Children create imaginary friends all the time, but it didn't explain the handprint or the fact that she seemed so aware and so certain of the tall man's existence. Others told me stories of dark figures that only children could see, beings that lurked just beyond the edge of adult perception. These figures are sometimes protectors, sometimes predators, and sometimes something else, entirely something neither alive nor dead. I was skeptical, but after everything I had seen and heard, I could no longer dismiss the possibility. I thought about the night she whispered to the closet, "I'm ready." Ready for what? Ready to play forever? Ready to disappear? The thought terrified me. Was the tall man waiting for her to join him? Was this a game she couldn't win? I wished I could have reached her, told her to run, to hide somewhere safe. But that moment passed, and she was gone. The police continued their search, expanding the area, talking to people I didn't know, and following up on tips that never panned out. The town was quiet about it, like everyone was trying to pretend it wasn't happening. But I saw the fear in their eyes, the way parents held their children closer, the whispered warnings to watch out for shadows. I wondered how many other kids had ever played this game, or if it was just my sister's strange and terrible secret. Some nights, when the house was still and the moon was full, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a tall, dark shape standing just beyond the edge of the light. I would turn suddenly, but there was never anything there. Sometimes I heard the softest giggle, barely audible, echoing down the hall or coming from the closet. I wanted to believe it was her, but the fear that it might be something else was overwhelming. I spent hours trying to find patterns in her drawings and notes, hoping they held some kind of message or clue. The stick figure with no eyes always appeared behind her, or lurking in doorways. It was like he was watching, waiting. I wondered if she had been trying to warn me, to tell me where to look or what to avoid. But what could I do? How could I fight something that seemed to exist only in the spaces where childhood innocence and darkness meet? The house itself felt different now, like it was charged with something I could not understand. The rooms held an energy that was both familiar and foreign, comforting and terrifying all at once. I found myself walking the halls at night, listening for the humming or the giggling, hoping for a sign that she was still here somehow, that she was safe. I reached out to therapists who worked with children and people who studied the paranormal, trying to get answers from both worlds. Some offered sympathy and explanations grounded in psychology. Others listened quietly and nodded knowingly, hinting at things I was not ready to hear. The truth felt just out of reach, like a shadow slipping through my fingers. The days stretched on, and with each one, the ache of her absence grew heavier. I tried to keep her memory alive in the smallest ways: her favorite meals, her beloved toys, the routines we shared. But the emptiness was always there, filling the house with silence that no laughter or music could erase. I don't know if the tall man was real or a manifestation of my sister's mind. I don't know if she was taken by something dark lurking just out of sight, or if she was lost inside herself, playing a game no one else could see. All I know is that the closet door still sometimes creaks open on its own, and the handprint remains on the wall, a small, haunting reminder that some games are far more dangerous than they seem. I keep hoping she'll come back. I keep hoping the tall man is just a story, something we can leave behind. But every time I hear the giggling in the night, I'm reminded that some parts of childhood never really let go. The weeks following my sister's disappearance felt like I was living in a fog I could not escape. The house, which had once been filled with her laughter and constant movement, now felt like a mausoleum of memories and silence. I kept waiting to hear her footsteps on the stairs, or the creak of her door opening, but all I got was the echo of my own breath and the occasional groan of the old house settling. Every creak, every whisper of wind through the trees outside felt like it was trying to tell me something, but I was too lost in my own grief to listen properly. The police investigation continued without progress. They asked the same questions again and again, interviewed neighbors and friends, checked local hospitals and shelters, but no trace of her was ever found. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. I held on to the smallest hope that she might have run away or been taken somewhere safe, but the growing silence crushed that hope a little more each day. Her drawings haunted me. I kept them carefully tucked away, but I found myself returning to them over and over. The tall man, featureless, eyeless, and towering, was everywhere. In one drawing, she stood frozen, and he loomed just behind her, arms impossibly long, stretching to surround her. The way she drew him felt almost ritualistic, as if by putting pen to paper she was trying to capture him, to hold him at bay. The drawings were innocent in their childlike style, but the content was deeply disturbing. Her favorite stuffed animal was found carefully placed in the back of the closet. It was worn and dirty, but it was there, left behind like a message or a clue. Next to it, the small handprint on the wall was unmistakable, too small for any adult, but too strange to be hers. It was smudged and faded, but it was definitely not hers or mine. It was the only physical evidence that pointed to something out of the ordinary. At night, I began hearing things I could not explain. The giggling, so soft and distant, sometimes sounded like it was coming from right beside me in the dark. The closet door in her room would creak open slowly, then shut again as if pushed by an unseen hand. Once, I swear I saw a shadow slip behind the door as I approached, but when I called out, there was nothing there. It was like the house itself was alive, breathing with a presence I could neither see nor touch. I talked to her friends, trying to find out if she had said anything strange or acted differently before she disappeared. Some said she seemed scared. Others mentioned the tall man and how she played the game over and over, but no one really knew what to make of it. The older kids whispered about urban legends and stories of figures that only children can see, but none of them had any real answers. It was like her story existed in a space between reality and nightmare, and no one wanted to step too close. Some nights, I found myself standing outside her bedroom door, listening to the silence. I imagined her whispering, "I'm ready," to the closet, or giggling softly with the tall man just behind the door. The thought chilled me to the bone, but I also felt an overwhelming sadness. How could a child be ready for something so terrifying? What had she seen or known that I did not? I sought help from professionals, from therapists who worked with children, and from experts in trauma. Some explained the tall man as a coping mechanism, a way for my sister to process fear and anxiety. Others suggested that what I experienced might be grief and guilt manifesting in strange ways. They spoke gently, but the explanations never quite fit the facts: the handprint, the toy in the closet, the noises at night. I even reached out to people who study paranormal phenomena. They listened without judgment, sharing stories of entities that target children or appear as dark figures with elongated limbs. They talked about the idea that children exist in a different perception of the world, where shadows take on shapes that adults cannot see. Some said the tall man might be a shadow spirit, a being that feeds on fear or loneliness. The more I learned, the less certain I felt about what was real and what was imagined. My family tried to stay strong, but the strain was visible. My parents barely spoke about her anymore, as if silence was the only way to protect themselves from pain. I found myself in the middle, caught between their grief and my own need for answers. Sometimes I wanted to scream, to demand someone find her, but more often I just cried quietly in my room, wishing for a sign that she was okay. I noticed changes in myself too. I was jumpy, always looking over my shoulder, scanning every shadow. I stopped sleeping well, haunted by nightmares where the tall man reached for me with those impossibly long hands. I felt like I was living on the edge of two worlds, the one I knew and the one my sister had slipped into. The line between them blurred with each passing day. Despite everything, I kept searching. I revisited the closet every day, running my fingers along the walls, looking for any crack or hollow space where she might be hidden. I talked to her as if she could hear me, telling her to come back, that I was waiting. The house seemed to listen, the creaks and whispers responding in kind. The tall man's presence never fully left, lingering like a shadow in the corners of my vision. Friends and neighbors began avoiding the house. The disappearance had cast a long shadow over our lives. Some stopped returning my calls, unwilling or unable to face the mystery that had settled over us. The town's children whispered rumors about the tall man, warning each other not to play too late or go near my sister's room. It was a cruel echo of her game, one I wished we could all forget. And still, the handprint remained on the wall, a silent and haunting reminder of what was lost and what was waiting in the dark. It was the only proof I had that my sister's story was not just a nightmare, but a reality too terrible to face. The closet door, always slightly ajar, beckoned with its silent promise, a doorway to a game I never wanted to play. I keep asking myself if I missed something, if there was a way to save her or stop whatever it was that took her. The answers slipped through my fingers like smoke, leaving only the cold truth that sometimes children vanish and the shadows keep their secrets. I felt the walls closing in after weeks of silence, the absence of my sister weighing on every corner of the house. The shadows seemed darker, the air thicker, as if the house itself had taken on a heavy grief that no one else could see. Nights were the worst. The quiet was never truly silent. I could hear faint noises, the soft creaking of floorboards, a whisper of fabric brushing against a wall, and sometimes the faintest giggle, almost too soft to catch, drifting down the hall from the empty room. Those moments sent a chill through me, the kind of fear that sticks with you long after the sound fades. I spent countless hours trying to make sense of everything, tracing the patterns of her drawings, her words, and the strange happenings. The tall man was everywhere in her art and stories, a figure impossible to ignore. It felt like he was watching me now, waiting, just beyond the edge of sight. I began noticing odd things around the house, a door that I was sure I had locked left slightly open. Objects moved from where I had left them, shadows lingering in the corners of my eyes. The handprint on the closet wall was the most disturbing. It was still there, faint but unmistakable, a small mark that belonged to no one in our family. I stared at it, trying to understand what it meant, what it was trying to say. Sometimes I felt like the house was holding its breath, waiting for me to figure it out, but the answer remained frustratingly out of reach. One night, I decided to stay awake in my sister's room. I set up a chair by the door and waited, my heart pounding with every creak and sigh of the old house. Hours passed with nothing but silence, until just before dawn the closet door began to move. It creaked open slowly, the gap widening just enough for a shadow to slip through. I saw it clearly then, tall, slender figure with limbs stretched impossibly long, and a blank face with no eyes. My breath caught in my throat, frozen with fear and disbelief. The figure moved silently across the room, stopping by the window. It turned its faceless head toward me, and in that moment I felt a surge of overwhelming sadness and longing. It was not a monster, but a being trapped between worlds, drawn to the child it had taken or watched over. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished, leaving only the faint scent of cold air and the whisper of a lullaby. I tried telling others, but the words felt hollow. How do you explain something that sounds like a nightmare or a ghost story? Friends and family offered sympathy, but no answers. The police were patient but grew distant, caught in a maze of missing person cases and dead ends. The community talked in hushed tones, some believing my sister was gone for good, others unwilling to say the words aloud. I began researching stories of similar disappearances, hoping to find a pattern or a clue. I found accounts of dark figures seen by children before vanishing, stories of beings that prey on innocence and fear. Some called them shadows, others spirits, and a few whispered of entities that exist only where the veil between worlds is thin. The more I read, the less I understood, but it was clear that my sister's story was part of something bigger, something old and unfathomable. The house became both a prison and a sanctuary. I stayed in the room she left behind, surrounded by her drawings and belongings, trying to keep her memory alive. The closet remained a source of terror and mystery, its door sometimes open, sometimes shut, but always holding the unknown. I would find myself standing in front of it, wondering if she was still there, waiting for me to find her. Sleep became elusive. My dreams were filled with dark woods, endless corridors, and the tall figure reaching out with those long arms. Sometimes I dreamed of playing the game with her, hiding and seeking in shadows that twisted and shifted. I woke up gasping, heart pounding, the feeling of being watched lingering long after the nightmare ended. One evening, a neighbor who had watched the search and shared in the worry came to talk. She told me about a family who had lost a child in a similar way years before. They had seen a shadowy figure too, and some believed that the entity was drawn to children with a certain kind of fear or loneliness. The neighbor said that some people tried rituals or prayers to protect their children, but no one really knew how to stop the tall man or whatever it was. The idea that the tall man was real, that he could reach into our world and take a child, was terrifying. Yet, I also felt a strange pull toward understanding him, as if knowing his story might bring my sister back, or at least give her peace. I thought about the game she played, the whispered words, and the promise she made when she said she was ready. Ready for what? I still did not know. Days blended into nights, and I lost track of time. The house continued to hold its secrets close, the shadows growing longer, the silence deeper. I found solace in the small routines, lighting candles, reading her drawings, talking to the empty room as if she might answer. But the ache of her absence was a constant, a hollow space inside me that nothing could fill. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind, if the loneliness and fear were creating ghosts where there were none. But the evidence, the handprint, the closet door opening, the whispers refused to be dismissed. The tall man was real in some way, and he had taken my sister into a world I could barely imagine. I thought about the possibility that she had crossed into a place children can see but adults cannot, a shadow world where the rules are different and time does not pass as we know it. Was she playing hide and seek with something ancient and unknowable? Had she truly become part of that game, lost to the darkness forever? The answer remained out of reach, a haunting question that shadowed every moment of my waking life. But I knew one thing for sure: the tall man was still there, waiting, watching, playing his game in the spaces between our world and the next. And my sister's voice, soft and distant, was still calling out in the dark, hoping to be found. The house had grown quieter, but inside me, the storm only intensified. Every day I found myself caught between hope and despair, clutching onto the smallest signs as if they could lead me back to my sister. I still couldn't stop looking at her drawings. The tall man, always there behind her, faceless and silent, was both a symbol of my deepest fears and a reminder of the mystery I had yet to unravel. I stared at those stick figure sketches and wondered what she saw that I couldn't. I spent hours replaying the moments before she vanished, that night when she whispered to the closet door, saying, "I'm ready." What had she meant by that? Was it a game or something darker? I couldn't shake the feeling that she was trying to tell me something important, something I missed in the chaos of our everyday lives. The more I thought about it, the more I believed the tall man wasn't just a figment of her imagination, but something very real, something only she could see. The handprint on the closet wall haunted me. It was a small, delicate print, too small for anyone but a child, but it didn't belong to her or me. I kept touching it, tracing the outline with trembling fingers, trying to understand its meaning. Was it hers, or was it the tall man's? The idea terrified me, but it also felt like the only clue I had left. I started looking into local stories and legends, hoping to find a connection. I read about shadowy figures that stalked children, beings who lived between worlds and preyed on the vulnerable. Some tales spoke of spirits protecting children. Others warned of dark forces that took them away forever. The more I read, the more the lines between myth and reality blurred. I wasn't sure which side I was on anymore. Friends and family tried to support me, but the truth was, no one really understood what I was going through. They offered sympathy and kind words, but the silence between us grew louder every day. I felt alone in a way I never had before. The only company I had was the empty room where she used to sleep, and the faint giggle that sometimes echoed through the hallways at night. I began to notice strange things around the house. Doors I was sure I had locked were sometimes left ajar. Objects moved subtly from where I had placed them. At times, I caught glimpses of shadows in my peripheral vision, shapes that disappeared when I turned to look. It was as if the house itself was alive with her presence and the tall man's watchful gaze. One night, after a restless sleep filled with nightmares, I woke to find the closet door wide open. The cold air brushed against my skin, and I could smell the faintest hint of her favorite scent, strawberry bubblegum. I stepped inside hesitantly, and my foot brushed against something soft. It was her favorite stuffed bunny, worn and threadbare, left just inside the closet. I picked it up and held it tightly, tears streaming down my face. I whispered her name, hoping she could hear me. I begged the tall man to let her go, to give her back to me. The house was silent except for the creaking of the old floorboards. I stayed there for a long time, clutching the toy and praying for a sign. Days later, I found an old journal tucked away in a drawer she had never used. It was filled with childish handwriting and sketches of the tall man. But there was something different in these pages, a fear I hadn't seen before, a sense of warning. She wrote about the game, about the hide and seek that never ended, and about a secret door that opened only when you were truly ready. The last entry was a desperate plea for help, a hope that someone would find her and understand. I shared the journal with a local expert on folklore and child psychology. She explained that children often create imaginary friends to cope with trauma, but that sometimes those figures can feel very real and even become dangerous if they tap into fears too deep to face. She suggested that the tall man could be a manifestation of something my sister was struggling with, a dark presence born of fear and loneliness. But that didn't explain the handprint or the toys found in the closet, or the unexplained noises and movements in the house. I still felt that there was something beyond all of this, something waiting just beyond my reach, something real. I began documenting everything, the noises, the sights, the feelings. I set up cameras in her room and the hallway. Sometimes the footage caught nothing but empty rooms. Other times, strange shadows flickered across the frame, shapes that could have been tricks of light or something else entirely. The hardest part was reviewing the videos alone in the dark, knowing I might be seeing things no one else would believe. The nights were the worst. I lay awake, heart pounding, listening for the giggles or the whispering voices I could never fully catch. I kept checking the closet door, half expecting to see it open slowly, revealing the tall man waiting for me. The fear was suffocating, but so was the hope that she might still be here, somewhere between worlds, waiting for me to find her. Sometimes I thought I heard her voice calling my name. Other times I felt a gentle touch on my shoulder, like the brush of a hand that was no longer there. I wanted to believe it was her reaching out, telling me she was okay, but I also feared it was the tall man, trying to lure me into the game he had played with her. I talked to a few people who had experienced similar disappearances or encounters, They told me that the tall man was often a figure children saw before they vanished, a predator or a spirit that preyed on innocence. Some said he was real. Others believed he was a warning from the subconscious, a personification of trauma. Either way, the stories were chillingly similar. I don't know what happened to my sister. I don't know if she is safe or lost. But I know one thing: this game she played, the game with the tall man, was not just a child's fantasy. It was something darker, something that reached out from the shadows and took her away. I keep watching the closet door, waiting, hoping for the day it opens again, and she steps out. The house remained heavy with silence and memories as the months passed, but my determination never wavered. I had to find some kind of closure, not just for myself, but for my sister, whoever or wherever she was now. The days were a blur of searching, questioning, and holding on to fragments of hope that felt more like flickers in a vast darkness. Yet something inside me refused to give up, even when every lead ran cold and every theory seemed more like a nightmare than an answer. One evening, late as the sky darkened into a deep indigo, I sat alone in her room. The moonlight poured in through the window, casting pale shadows across the floor and walls. The closet door stood slightly ajar, as it often did, and a cold draft brushed against my skin as I leaned forward to touch the small handprint still etched faintly on the wall. I whispered her name, a soft prayer carried on the still air, and felt a shiver ripple through the room. Suddenly, the room seemed to shift. The air grew heavier, charged with an electric pulse I couldn't explain. The closet door slowly creaked open wider, and in the pale moonlight, I saw a shape tall and thin, with long arms that reached toward me. My heart raced, but it wasn't fear that gripped me. It was a deep, aching longing. The figure's face was smooth and featureless, eyes absent, but somehow filled with an endless sorrow. I took a tentative step forward, and the figure moved closer, not threatening but mournful, as if carrying the weight of countless lost children and broken promises. Then, from the corner of the room, I heard a soft giggle, a sound so familiar it made my breath catch. I turned to see my sister, small and bright-eyed, standing beside the figure. She smiled at me, her innocence untouched by time or fear. Tears streamed down my face as I reached out to her, but my hands passed through her like mist. She was there, and she wasn't, caught between worlds. The tall man's presence seemed to soften, the long arms folding protectively around her, as if guarding her from something even darker. For a moment, the three of us stood there, lost souls in a fragile, fragile peace. My sister's voice was barely a whisper, carried on the night air. "I'm okay," she said. "He only takes those who aren't ready." But I was ready. I wanted to scream, to ask where she had been, why she left, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I nodded, understanding in a way that words could not capture. The tall man was not just a monster but a gatekeeper, a figure who took those caught between childhood and something beyond. My sister had played the game, faced the darkness, and had been chosen, but in some way, she was still here, still watching, still waiting. As dawn approached, the figure slowly faded, and my sister's image shimmered before dissolving into the soft morning light. The closet door gently closed behind them, and the room returned to stillness. I sat there for hours, overwhelmed by grief and relief, knowing that this moment was both an ending and a beginning. In the days that followed, I found myself changing. The house felt lighter, the shadows less oppressive. I kept her drawings and her favorite toys close, honoring the memory of the sister I loved and the mysterious journey she had taken. The handprint on the wall faded over time, as if the house was healing too. I never forgot the tall man or the game she played, but I learned to live with the uncertainty and the unanswered questions. Some things, I realized, are beyond understanding, caught between the world we know and the one we can only glimpse in shadows and whispers. The house remains a place of quiet memories and soft light, a home touched by both sorrow and hope. And sometimes, when the night is still and the wind carries the faintest sound of laughter, I feel her presence a reminder that even in darkness, love endures. This is not just a story of loss, but a story of courage, of facing the unknown with a heart full of hope, and of the bonds that no darkness can sever. I'm not a paranoid person, or I wasn't anyway. We've been in this house for about 5 months now. It's in Dublin, just outside the city old place, creaky floors, doors that don't shut right unless you lift them a bit while you pull. But it's ours. The kind of house you talk yourself into loving. Character, people say, when they mean. Stuff that should have been fixed years ago. I didn't think much about any of that until last week. My son is just over 2 months old, still in that newborn fog, still up every few hours. My wife and I take turns, or try to. We're both wrecked most of the time, not in a dramatic way. Just sleep-deprived, short-tempered, always slightly sticky from milk or spit up, the usual. We use a baby monitor. Nothing fancy, no screen, no night vision, just a basic audio-only one. A gift from my cousin, actually. He said it was better this way, less stuff to obsess over. It picks up the usual stuff, crying, babbling, the occasional weird radio static that I chalked up to cheap parts or bad wiring. Until 2 nights ago, it was just after 3. I had gotten up to use the toilet and was sitting in the living room after, half asleep, trying to decide if I had the energy to make tea or if I should just crash back into bed. The monitor crackled. I looked at it, not because I was scared, just because it startled me. That loud, static snap, like someone switching on a mic too close to their mouth. Then whispering. Very faint but clear. At first I thought it was just the monitor picking up something from outside, a neighbor's telly or a baby's toy left switched on. I leaned in, and I heard it say my name. Not a sound like my name. Not something that sort of resembled it. It said my name, first and last, quietly, like someone testing if I was listening. I froze. Not dramatic, not movie style, just still, like my body didn't want to do anything until it had figured out whether or not I was dreaming. Then it said something else. He's not sleeping, he's watching. That's when I stood up. I didn't yell, I didn't run. I just stood and walked, like in a daze, toward the monitor sitting on the side table. I picked it up, held it to my ear. Silence. Then the usual faint hiss of static. That was it. I put it down and walked up the stairs. Our bedroom door was open. My wife was asleep, arm flung over the duvet, mouth slightly open. The door to the nursery was closed, which was already weird, We leave it open so we can hear if he stirs. I pushed it open slowly. The room looked fine. Dim nightlight glow, mobile gently spinning even though there was no draft. The baby was asleep. Deep sleep, the kind where his hands are relaxed and his breathing is slow. I watched him for a second. No movement, no sign of distress. Then I noticed the marks on the floor. Right under the crib. The kind of scratches that don't come from furniture or shoes. Thin, uneven. Some were shallow, just surface damage. Others looked deep, like something sharp had dug into the wood. There were 6 of them, not evenly spaced, not patterned, just there. Like something had been reaching up from under the crib. I stepped back, checked the corners of the room. The closet was closed, the window locked. Nothing looked disturbed. I crouched down, hand resting on the edge of the crib, and slowly looked underneath. Nothing. Just dust in the storage box with diapers and wipes. No sign of any animal, no loose nails, no broken boards. I reached under and ran my fingers across the scratches. They were real, not just surface discoloration or shadows. They caught at my skin. I didn't wake my wife. I don't know why. I should have. But I didn't want to scare her unless I had something real to point to. It still felt possible that I had imagined the voice. That the scratches were old. That I was connecting dots that weren't meant to be connected. The next morning, I checked again in daylight. The scratches were still there. I asked my wife if she'd noticed anything weird with the monitor. She shook her head, still half asleep, said, "No, why?" I said, "Just the static's gotten worse." She shrugged and poured her tea. That afternoon, I called my brother. He used to live in this house years ago, before he moved to the States. He rented it when he was in his 20s, back when it was still falling apart and the plumbing made whale sounds when you flushed the toilet. I didn't tell him everything at first, just said I found something weird in the nursery and thought maybe it was from when he lived here. He went quiet. Then said, "Are there scratches on the floor?" That shut me up. He didn't laugh, didn't make a joke, just waited. I said, "Yeah, under the crib." He let out a long breath. Then he said, "Check the attic." I asked why. He said, "I don't want to say anything until you do." And then he hung up. I didn't go up right away. After the call with my brother, I sat in the hallway for a while with the phone still in my hand, just listening to the silence in the house. It was too quiet, but not in that peaceful way. It was the kind of quiet that presses on your ears, the kind where you start to wonder if something's waiting to end the quiet. Check the attic. He said it like it was nothing, but I knew him. He doesn't do drama. He doesn't jump at shadows. So if he said that, there was a reason. The attic in this house isn't one of those roomy, finished ones. It's a hatch in the hallway ceiling. You pull it down with one of those plastic rods, and a ladder drops out. I had never been up there, not even when we moved in. Too much else going on. Figured it was just insulation and cobwebs, and maybe a dead rat or two. Now it felt like a space I'd been avoiding without realizing it. I waited until my wife left with the baby. She was taking him to her mum's for the afternoon, said I looked like I could use a nap. I told her I'd try, gave her a kiss, told her I'd text her in a bit. The second the door closed, I grabbed the attic rod. It stuck a little when I tried to pull it down. The latch was stiff, like it hadn't been opened in years. I had to tug it hard, and when it finally came loose, the ladder dropped with a hollow clatter that made my heart jump. I climbed slowly. The air got thick as I neared the top. Not hot, exactly just heavy. Like the dust wasn't just in the air, but part of the air. I pushed my head up through the opening. It was darker than I expected. No light bulb, no natural light, just long shadows and the smell of old wood and insulation. I had brought a torch, one of those small ones that barely does the job, and I clicked it on. The beam caught the edges of some boxes. A suitcase. A stack of yellowed newspapers. And then something on the far side of the attic, near the eaves. At first I thought it was just a pile of junk, maybe old boards or broken furniture, but when I got closer, I saw it clearly. A circle drawn in chalk on the attic floor. It was faded but still visible, roughly 3 feet across, maybe more. The lines were uneven, like they had been drawn in a hurry. Inside the circle were small bones. Not animal bones. Not exactly. I'm not a vet or a hunter, but I've seen enough to know the difference between a bird skeleton and whatever this was. They looked like finger bones. Thin, curved, arranged in a pattern that didn't make sense, but still felt deliberate. Beside the circle was a small wooden box, carved, handcrafted, the kind you might find in an antique shop or hidden in someone's drawer for decades. I crouched next to it, not sure why I hadn't just gone back down the ladder already. Something in me needed to see. The box wasn't locked. It creaked when I opened it. Inside were scraps of paper, folded, torn, stained with what looked like oil, maybe blood. The top one said, "Do not speak your name near the monitor." My skin went cold. I reached for the next one. "If it asks for the baby, do not answer." I didn't read more. I closed the box and backed away. I was shaking now, not from fear exactly, more like my body finally caught up with the tension that had been building since I heard that whisper. I took photos, not many, just enough to prove to myself later that it had been real. Then I climbed down and pulled the ladder back up. I stood there in the hallway for a while, looking up at the hatch, like it might open again on its own. It didn't. I went downstairs, sat on the couch, tried to think. Then I called my brother again. He answered on the second ring. I didn't waste time. "What the hell is in the attic?" He was quiet, then said, "You saw the circle?" "Yes." "And the bones?" "Yes." A long breath on his end. "I should have told you earlier," he said, "but I didn't think it would happen again." "What wouldn't?" "I heard the monitor too," he said. "When I lived there, not all the time, just once or twice, a whisper, then scratching. I thought it was in my head until I found the same marks on the floor in what's now your nursery. I didn't speak, couldn't. I went up," he said, "found the same box, same warnings. I didn't touch anything else. I just moved out." You didn't say anything. I was 23. I thought maybe I was losing it, and after I left, I never heard it again. I was trying to stay calm, but my voice shook. It said my name, I told him. Through the monitor, it knew my name. Another pause. Then he said, then it started again. I didn't tell my wife. I wanted to. God, I should have. But I didn't know how to say it without sounding like I'd gone completely off the rails. Hey, love, by the way, I heard my name whispered through the baby monitor and found bones in a chalk circle in the attic. That's not a conversation that ends with a hug and a cup of tea. That's a conversation that leads to a worried call to a doctor or maybe a priest. So I waited. I tried to act normal. We went about the routine, feeding, changing, napping in shifts, smiling at our son like everything was fine, and maybe if I pretended hard enough it would be. That's what I told myself. Just keep the peace, keep the calm, let the baby sleep, let the day pass, and maybe this thing will go quiet again. Maybe it's tied to something we stirred up by accident. Maybe it just wants to be left alone. But then the monitor spoke again. It was 2 nights later. I had just gotten back from the kitchen, one of those sleepy trips where you go for water but stand staring into the fridge like it's going to reveal something else. When I came back into the living room, the monitor was already hissing, that same low static, only this time it didn't fade. It built, like pressure behind a wall. And then it said something different. Not my name this time. It said, "He sees us." Clear, no distortion, like someone sitting an inch from the mic. Then silence again, not even static, just nothing. I didn't sleep. I stayed up on the couch, waiting for another sound. I kept checking the baby on and off through the night. He never stirred. Just lay there peaceful, small hand curled against his cheek, like nothing in the world could ever reach him. The next morning I took a day off work, told my wife I wasn't feeling right, and that part was true. She left with the baby to run errands, and as soon as the door shut behind them, I got back up into the attic. I don't know what I thought I'd find. Maybe something new. A change in the circle. A fresh note in the box. But it all looked the same. Still there. Still wrong. I pulled the box out and read through the rest of the notes. Some were barely legible. Some were scribbled like whoever wrote them did it fast, with shaking hands or worse. One said, "Do not cover the scratches. It remembers the floor." Another said, "Ask it nothing. Give it no permission." But the one that really got me was folded tightly and stained with something dark. It said, "I saw it through the slats. Under the crib. It does not blink." That was enough. I took the box with me, climbed down and locked the attic hatch. Then I did the only thing I could think of. I called the landlord. The same man who sold us the house. He had been weirdly eager to get the paperwork signed, now that I looked back on it. A little too flexible on the price, a little too quick with the "everything's been checked out" line. At the time I chalked it up to the market. Now, I wasn't so sure. He answered after a few rings. I told him who I was and which property it was about. He paused, then said, "Ah, that one." I didn't ask what that meant. just pushed ahead. I said, "Did you know anything about the attic?" There was a long silence. Then he said, "What did you find?" I told him, "Not everything, just enough. The bones, the chalk, the notes." He sighed, not a surprised sigh, more like someone bracing for a conversation they hoped never to have. "That house has always had stories," he said. I asked what kind. He said, "Not the ghost kind, not banging doors or cold spots. It's quieter than that. People just leave. Sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes without packing. The one before you didn't even last a year." I asked about my brother. He said, "The young lad, he left suddenly too, never said why." I asked why he never told us. "You wouldn't have bought it if I had," he said. "And it's not illegal to keep stories to myself. It's just bad form." I hung up before I said something I'd regret. Later that afternoon, my wife came back with the baby, smiling, bags of groceries in one hand, carrier in the other. I kissed her on the forehead, helped unload the bags, acted normal. That night, when she was asleep, I brought the monitor into our room and left it on the bedside table, just in case. Around 3 in the morning, it lit up. Not with sound, with movement. The power light flickered like someone was tapping it from the inside. And then I heard a whisper, softer than before. Not even a word, just breath, like the start of a sentence that never finished. I shut it off, pulled the plug. And in the silence that followed, I could still feel it watching. I didn't mean to talk to it. That's the part that's hard to explain, because when people hear this kind of story, they always think the person chose to make contact, like it was a challenge or some reckless mistake. But that's not how it happened. It was more like instinct, like when you hear someone call your name and you just say, "Yeah?" before your brain even catches up. It was the next night, just past 3 again. I was up, not because the baby cried, but because I had started waking on my own, like my body knew something was coming before it even started. I sat in the hallway. The monitor was still unplugged. I didn't want to use it anymore, but I also couldn't bring myself to throw it away. It sat on the floor beside me, this small white box that had somehow become the most threatening object in our house. I don't know why I plugged it in. I was holding it, turning it in my hands, and then suddenly the cord was in the wall. The light came on, and I heard the soft hum of static. I told myself I just wanted to make sure, to check one last time that I hadn't imagined it. That maybe the power flicker or the weird whisper had been something else, a neighbor's cordless phone or a strange electrical feedback. The second it came on, it was quiet, no interference, just that faint hiss like a radio tuned between stations. I stared at it, and then it spoke. Not a whisper this time, not faint. It said, clear as a voice on the other side of a door, "You brought him here." I felt my mouth go dry. I didn't plan to speak. I didn't want to speak. But the words came out of me before I even knew they were forming. I said, "Who are you?" There was silence. The static ticked once, like a pop of air in the speaker, Then it said, "I wait. That's what I do." The words felt wrong in my ears, not just because of what was said, but how it was said, like someone repeating a sentence they had heard 1,000 times but never quite understood. A tone like echo instead of speech. I turned the monitor off, but it kept speaking. The light stayed on, and the voice said, "He wakes soon." That's when I pulled the plug from the wall and wrapped the cord around the base so tightly it bent the prongs. I put the whole thing in the bin under the sink, closed the lid, and stood there holding the countertop like it was the only solid thing left in the room. And then I heard the baby crying. Not a soft cry, a scream. The kind of cry that says something scared him awake. I bolted up the stairs, heart in my throat. When I opened the nursery door, he was sitting up in his crib, eyes wide, not looking at me, looking at the corner of the room, the dark one where the light from the hallway doesn't quite reach. I picked him up fast, held him to my chest. He was shaking, not hard, but in that quiet residual way, like he'd been scared in his sleep and couldn't snap out of it. I turned on the overhead light. The room looked the same. The crib, the chair, the stack of books we read before bed. Except the closet was open. We don't leave that door open. It sticks unless you really pull at it. Inside was just clothes, boxes, diapers, and a footprint. Just one. In the dust near the back of the closet. Not mine, not my wife's. Smaller than mine, wider than hers. I didn't touch it. I left the closet open, carried my son into our room, closed and locked the door, let him sleep on my chest until the sun came up. The next morning, I went back into the nursery with a flashlight and looked again. The footprint was gone. Or maybe it had just never been there. Maybe I dreamed it. I cleaned the closet floor with bleach and water anyway. I didn't tell my wife why. That evening, she asked if I was okay. I told her I was just tired. She kissed me on the cheek and said, "We're almost through the hard part." I wanted to believe that. I really did. But that night, while brushing my teeth, I saw something behind me in the mirror. Just for a second. A shape in the hallway, still and pale, watching through the crack of the bathroom door. I spun around, nothing there. I didn't sleep. Instead, I sat in the nursery with the light on, holding the baby while he napped, watching the floor, the walls, the closet door. And I kept hearing the same sentence in my head. "You brought him here." The next morning, I called my brother again. I didn't care if I was waking him. I didn't care that I'd already asked him everything I thought there was to ask. I needed more. Needed something real. Something that would help me understand why this house felt like it was turning itself inside out. He answered with a quiet, "Yeah?" Like he already knew why I was calling. I skipped the pleasantries. I said, "What did you do before you moved out?" There was a pause. Then he said, "I thought I ended it." I just sat there, phone to my ear, waiting. My son was asleep on my chest again, breathing slow and warm and soft like none of this was happening outside his tiny world. He said, "There was something in the attic, something old, I didn't know what it was, but it made itself known, through the same monitor you're using now. Only it didn't stop at whispers. I closed my eyes. He kept talking. I had dreams, he said. At first I thought they were just that. Stress. The old house getting to me. But then they started lining up with real things. I'd dream of someone standing under the hatch, and the next morning the ladder would be down. I'd dream of my name being called, and wake up with the monitor hissing. I said, "What did you do?" I read the notes in the box, every one of them. There were more when I lived there. I think they disappear when people ignore them, or when people leave. One of them said to remove the bones and burn them. "And you did?" He hesitated. I tried. I took them out, one by one, in a paper bag. Lit them in the backyard in a metal bin. It took hours, but they burned. "You sure?" "As sure as I could be." I said, "Then why is it still here?" He didn't answer right away. Then quietly, "Because maybe it's not about the bones. Maybe it's about attention, about being noticed." That landed hard, because ever since I'd heard the whisper, I hadn't stopped noticing. Every sound, every flicker, every shift in the light. I was feeding it, giving it space in my head. I'd done everything except talk about it with the one person who deserved to know most, my wife. He said, "You need to leave." "We just bought the house," I said. "We have a newborn. We can't just." "Sell it. Walk away. Rent it out if you have to. But don't stay." I didn't have an answer for that, not one I could say out loud. That night, I found the box again. I had hidden it in the garage under a stack of old coats. I brought it back into the house and spread the contents on the kitchen table. There were fewer notes now. I could feel it, a difference in weight, like it was thinning. One of the notes I hadn't read before was folded 3 times and sealed with tape. The handwriting was different from the others, smoother, more deliberate, the kind you see in school notebooks. It said, "If you hear it say the baby's name, do not go in the room. Let it stop on its own. Let it pass. Do not enter while it is speaking." I didn't show it to my wife. I couldn't. She'd think I'd lost it, and maybe I had. But part of me believed it, fully, without question. The house had changed in the last few days, not just what I saw, but how it felt. The nursery had cold spots now, places where the air didn't move. The baby wouldn't sleep unless I was holding him, and even then he twitched like he was hearing something I couldn't. The baby monitor, unplugged and wrapped in towels under the sink, still clicked at 3 in the morning like it had power running through it. And the attic was louder now. Not with voices, but with movement. Sometimes I'd hear the thud of a box shifting, sometimes a creak that sounded like knees bending on old wood. I stopped going up. I told myself it wasn't real, but I also locked the hatch with a bike chain and a padlock from the shed, the kind you use for storage units or prison gates. I started looking up the house. Archives, news stories, anything I could find. There wasn't much, just a mention of the land being part of a larger property before the houses were built. One article from decades ago about a church fire not far from here, with a strange line buried at the end. Some residents say the structure was used for more than just sermons. I kept digging. Found a scanned interview with an old priest who used to work in the area. He talked about a local family who believed in binding something that didn't belong to this world. He said it wasn't his business, but they weren't the only ones. Some believed the land here had weight. Things don't rise here, he said. They settle, they dig, they wait. That word again. Wait. The same word the voice had used. That night, the baby started crying around 2:30, a sharp, sudden cry, not like hunger, not like discomfort. It was panic. I ran into the room. He was sitting up again, eyes wide, frozen. The closet door was open again. I checked it earlier that day. I had even put a chair in front of it. But now it was open, chair tipped over, and the air in the room was bitter cold. I picked him up and walked out. This time, I told my wife everything. I didn't care if she believed me. She had to know. I told her everything while we sat at the kitchen table. The baby was asleep in her arms finally. It was just after 4 in the morning. I hadn't slept in nearly 2 days. I expected her to get angry, or worried, or to laugh in that tired way people do when they're too overwhelmed to do anything else. But she didn't. She listened, quiet, still, eyes locked on mine the whole time. I told her about the whisper, about the attic, the bones, the notes, the cold spots, the warnings, all of it. I left nothing out. When I finished, she asked just one question. "What does it want?" I didn't have an answer. Not really. I had guesses. That it wanted attention, that it wanted the baby, that it wanted to stay, that it fed off fear or sound or belief. But I didn't know for sure. And that was the worst part of all this. There was no name, no history, no shape, just a presence. She looked down at our son, then back at me, and said, "We have to go." I nodded, "Just for a night, until we figure it out." "No," she said, "we have to go. Like, go, go." We didn't argue. There was no energy left for that. Just silent agreement. She packed a bag for the baby. I grabbed clothes, documents, the box from the attic, and that cursed baby monitor still unplugged, still wrapped in cloth, but I wasn't about to leave it behind. By 6 that morning we were in the car driving toward her mum's place, a quiet village 2 hours out, surrounded by hills and hedges and nothing else. It felt like distance in the best way. Every kilometer felt like a door closing behind us. She didn't speak much on the drive, neither did I. The baby slept almost the whole way, which felt like a miracle. We stayed at her mum's for the next 3 nights. On the second night, I woke up around 3:30 out of instinct. Not from a noise, just something in my chest, a habit of fear that hadn't worn off yet. The monitor was still off, still packed, still silent. I sat by the window and watched the wind move the hedges. No voices, no scratching, no feeling of being watched. By the 4th morning, my wife said, "I think we should call someone." I asked, "The police?" She shook her head. "A priest. or someone who deals with this kind of thing. I nodded, not because I believed a priest would solve it, but because doing something felt better than doing nothing. And deep down, I had started to wonder if maybe belief didn't matter, that the thing in the house was going to make itself real, whether we allowed it or not. We made the call that day, an older priest in Dublin. Local, quiet reputation, known more for funerals than exorcisms, but he didn't ask a single stupid question when I told him what was happening. Just listened, then asked for the address. "I've been there before," he said. That stopped me. "You have?" He said, "Years ago, maybe 8, someone else called. Same room, same aged child. She didn't stay long either." "Did you stop it?" "No," he said flatly, "but I can contain it, temporarily. That house, it keeps things." He met us back at the property 2 days later. We parked across the street. I refused to take my son back inside. My wife stayed in the car with him. The priest and I entered together. The house was still, cold, unlived in, even though everything inside looked like we had only stepped out for milk. The air smelled heavier than I remembered, like wet stone and something slightly sweet, like old rot covered in honey. He didn't say a blessing, didn't light candles, just stood in the nursery, eyes closed. After a while, he asked for the box. I handed it to him. He opened it slowly, read one of the notes, and let out a quiet sigh. "This is the second one," he said. "The second what?" He looked at me. "This box, these notes, the others were burned, but the thing remained, so it started over. It learns who listens." I didn't know what to say. He pulled out a vial of something thick and amber-colored, poured it across the closet threshold, then down the sides of the crib, not in excess, just a line like a barrier. He took the monitor from my bag, opened the battery case, and slipped something small inside. "A talisman," he said. "It confuses the signal." Then he handed it back to me. "Keep it," he said. "Turn it on once. If it speaks again, do not respond. That will be your last warning. And if it doesn't, then it's moved on." "Where does it go?" He looked at the ceiling toward the attic. "I don't know. I just know it doesn't like to be ignored." We left before sunset. The house went up for sale 2 weeks later. We listed it below market value. Took the hit. I didn't care. I never wanted to see the inside of that place again. It sold faster than I expected. A single man, early 40s, moved from the coast, said he liked older houses. We didn't warn him. I thought about it. I really did. But I remembered what my brother said, that sometimes attention was what it wanted. So I stayed quiet. I don't know if that was the right call. Maybe someday I'll regret it. But right now, it's been 4 months, and the baby sleeps through the night. My wife smiles again. The monitor never spoke again. Sometimes I wonder if it's still up there, in that attic, waiting. But not for us. We're not in that house anymore. And we never will be again. This is going to sound like I'm making it up for drama, but I swear I'm not. I wish I was. I would love if this were just a dream or sleep paralysis, or something that could be explained. I've tried to explain it. I've talked myself down 100 different ways, and each time I thought I had a grip on it, it got worse. It started on a Thursday. I only know that because I checked the date later. At the time, it didn't feel like anything. I just woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't figure out why. Not scared, not cold. Just alert, like something had knocked on the edge of my sleep. I rolled over and looked at my clock. It was glowing faintly. 2:17. I remember that specifically because I thought it was weirdly specific. Not 2:30, not 2:15, just 2:17. I didn't hear anything, so I went back to sleep. Next night, same thing. Same hour, same minute, same weird snap into alertness. But this time I heard something. It was faint, not loud enough to be alarming, just odd. A soft tapping sound. The kind of thing you'd expect if a bird hit the glass once and then left. Only it kept going. Tap, pause, tap, tap. Long pause, tap. I sat up and looked across the room. My bed faces the window. I've got thick curtains, blackout ones, the kind that make the room pitch dark in the mornings, but they were parted slightly in the middle, just enough to see the glass. And there was someone standing there, not looking in, not even facing me, just standing with their back to the window. Still, too still. I froze. Not dramatically, I didn't gasp or scream or anything, I just stopped moving completely. I stared so hard my eyes started to water. The figure wasn't tall, but not short either. Not bulky. Not skinny. Just a man, neutral, unmoving. He was standing maybe a foot from the glass. I watched for maybe 10 seconds. Then I blinked, and he was gone. No fade, no step away, just gone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I opened the curtains and looked out. Nothing there. The garden looked normal. My bedroom is on the 2nd floor, no balcony, no roof ledge, no tree branches nearby. The outside wall is just plain brick. I looked down at the grass, hoping to see footprints or mud or literally anything. Clean. I told my mom at breakfast. She laughed. Not in a mean way, just like it was one of those teenager with an overactive imagination moments. My dad barely looked up from his phone. I didn't push it. Next night, I stayed up. I didn't tell them that. I just waited, pretended to sleep. I set an alarm for 2:15 just in case, but I didn't need it. I was already wide awake when the tapping started. Same pattern, same sound, same 2nd floor window, and he was there again. Same position, same back facing me, still as stone. His head was slightly tilted this time, like he was listening to something inside the room, not moving, just angled, like he could hear my breath. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I waited. This time I grabbed my phone from under the pillow and started recording. I knew the video would be dark, but maybe I could catch something. I didn't want to turn on a light. I didn't want to interrupt it. I just wanted proof that something was there. I recorded for maybe 2 minutes. Then I blinked, and he was gone again. The tapping had stopped, too. In the morning, I checked the video. All I could see was darkness. I scrubbed through the audio, faint clicks. but it could have been anything. The moment I blinked and he vanished, I swear I heard something like a low breath, but when I replayed it, I couldn't find the sound. I showed my dad. He didn't laugh. He watched the screen quietly, then asked what time it happened. I told him. 2:17. He nodded and got up. Didn't say anything else. Later that night, I heard him setting up the outside security camera. I watched him from the upstairs window. He mounted it on the back wall, pointing up at the window. When I asked what he was doing, he just said, "Let's find out." I thought maybe now we'd get somewhere. That night, I didn't stay up. I tried to sleep like normal. I woke up at 2:17 anyway. No tapping this time. I looked at the window, curtains still drawn, nothing moving. The silence felt heavy though, like something was just beyond it, holding its breath. In the morning, I came downstairs and found my dad in the living room, just sitting there with the camera feed on his laptop. He looked different, pale, angry, but not at me. Like something had changed behind his eyes. I asked what he saw. He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "It's not a man." That's all he said. I asked again, pushed, begged. He stood up and walked away. Half an hour later, he was outside with a toolbox, boarding up the window from the outside. He covered it with thick plywood, drilled straight into the brick. Then he came inside and did the same on the inside, hammered the boards over the frame until no light came through. That night, I didn't sleep. Not because I was scared, but because around 2:17 I heard it again. Tapping. Not on the window, but from inside the wall. The tapping didn't stop, not after the window was boarded up. It just moved. First, it was faint, like it didn't quite know where to go. It sounded like someone trying to knock through layers of insulation. Then it got more focused, sharper. It came from the inside wall, the one beside my bed, where the window used to be. Not loud. Just enough to wake me, just enough to remind me it was still there. I didn't tell anyone for a few days. I didn't want to give it attention. I kept trying to pretend it was over, that maybe it was just some weird mechanical echo or something stupid like pipes shifting. But pipes don't tap in perfect rhythm. Pipes don't come at exactly 2:17 in the morning, every night, without fail. I stopped sleeping properly. My parents didn't ask why. My dad barely looked at me anymore. He went quiet after the camera. He kept to himself. He wouldn't talk about what he saw. Every time I brought it up, his jaw would set like he was trying to hold something in. My mom still acted like it wasn't a big deal. I think she was trying to protect me in her own way, trying to hold on to some version of normal. But you can't pretend things are fine when the walls are tapping in the middle of the night. One evening I came home from school and found my dad in the garage. He was going through old boxes, pulling out tools, wiring, things I hadn't seen him touch in years. I asked him what he was doing, and he just muttered something about making sure. I didn't press him, but that night I noticed a small black box had been mounted near the top of my door frame. Tucked in, almost hidden, motion sensor. He had wired it into the hallway lighting system, and it triggered a soft red glow any time someone walked past. Except it didn't light up when I stood in front of it. It only ever turned on at night, at 2:17. It was small things like that, little changes, quiet signs that my dad believed me now, maybe even more than I did, but he didn't want to say it out loud. Like if he kept it all in his head, it couldn't get worse. But I could feel it pressing in on all of us. My room felt smaller, thicker, like the air near that boarded-up window was denser than the rest. Like whatever used to stand outside had found a way to stay close. Then the dreams started. At first, they were just flashes, a shape at the end of the hall, a tapping sound coming from under the bed. Once, I dreamed I was lying in my room and the tapping wasn't at the window or the wall, but from underneath the floorboards, rhythmic, like someone trying to sound out a pattern. When I woke up, I was soaked in sweat, and my feet were freezing cold. I looked down and the blanket was bunched near my waist, like it had been pulled down, not kicked, pulled. The next night, I woke up at 2:17 again. The tapping was gone. That should have made me feel better. But the silence was worse, because silence doesn't mean it's over. Silence means it's waiting. I stared at the boarded-up window, then turned toward the wall. That's when I saw it. There was a crack, small, running between the edge of the panel and the drywall. It hadn't been there before. A thin, dark line. When I leaned closer, I saw something behind it. Movement. Like shifting shadows. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, just my eyes adjusting, but then I leaned in further and heard something. Breathing. Not mine, not my parents'. Something deep, slow, like someone sleeping behind the wall. I didn't scream, I just backed away, got under the covers, and stayed absolutely still. The next morning the crack was gone, or at least I couldn't see it anymore. My dad didn't mention anything when he came to check on me. He looked tired, older than I remembered, like something had been slowly hollowing him out. Later that day, I went looking for the camera footage, the one he had watched that night. He had saved the files onto a thumb drive and put it in his desk drawer. I shouldn't have taken it, I know that. But I needed to see. I needed to know what he had seen. Maybe then I could make sense of it. Maybe then I could feel like I wasn't going insane. I waited until everyone was asleep, then plugged it into my laptop. The file was labeled simply with the date. No title, no note. I clicked play. It showed the side of the house, angled up toward my bedroom window. The frame was still visible, not yet boarded. The night was clear, no wind, nothing unusual. The footage ran smooth. Then, right at 2:17, something stepped into view. It was shaped like a man, but it wasn't moving like one. It didn't walk. It leaned forward and unfolded from the shadow, like it had been hanging there weightless, and then let go. It turned its back to the window, perfectly upright, head tilted back slightly as if listening, but its limbs were wrong, too long in some places, too stiff in others. Like it was mimicking what a person looked like from memory, but hadn't gotten the proportions right. And it was humming, barely audible through the static of the mic feed, but there, a low, reedy tune, like it was trying to soothe something, or call something. It stood there for over 10 minutes, completely still. Then the feed glitched, just once, a flicker. And when it came back, it was gone. I closed the file. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I didn't mention the footage to anyone. I just returned the drive and waited, because I finally understood something. It wasn't just standing at the window. It was learning how to get in. I started sleeping on the floor of my brother's old room after that. He'd gone off to uni a year ago and left the bed stripped bare, his posters half peeled from the walls, the room echoing like it didn't remember anyone had lived there. But the window faced the front garden, not the back. That felt safer. The curtains were thin and useless, but at least there wasn't a boarded panel on the wall, breathing under the surface. I didn't tell my parents I'd moved. My dad must have noticed. He didn't say anything. I think part of him was relieved, like maybe whatever it was wouldn't follow me into a different room. Or maybe he knew that was false hope and didn't have the energy to tell me otherwise. The first night I slept there, I left the door cracked open, just a little. The hallway light was off, but I liked having the line of air, the knowledge that the space outside wasn't fully shut out. I fell asleep around midnight, dead tired from 2 straight weeks of waking up in the middle of the night and lying still for hours. I told myself maybe this was it. Maybe switching rooms was enough. Maybe distance made a difference. Then I woke up at 2:17. Not to tapping, but to footsteps. They were soft, but they had that unmistakable pattern. A heel, a shift, a pause, like someone walking barefoot across the carpet outside the door. The hall was old, creaky. You could always hear when someone moved at night, which is how I knew it wasn't my dad. His steps were heavy, dragging. This was light, precise. The kind of walking you do when you're trying not to wake anyone. I didn't move. My eyes were already open. The door was still cracked, just a sliver. And in that sliver, I saw something stop outside the room. No breathing, no shadows, just stillness. It stayed there for a long time. Too long. Then the light changed, very slightly, like someone moved their hand in front of a lamp. Just a flicker, a small interruption, and then the sound started. It was faint, almost like humming again, but not a tune this time. More like a low murmuring, words maybe, but in a language I didn't know, the cadence of something repeated, learned, not spoken for the first time. It made my skin crawl. Then the crack in the door darkened. Something leaned into it. No face, just a shape. I couldn't see features, just the idea of something staring. I shut my eyes. Not because I thought it would go away, but because I didn't want to know what it would do if it saw me looking back. Eventually the sound stopped. When I opened my eyes again, the hall was empty. No footsteps walking away, just gone. The next morning, I went to the kitchen and found my dad already there. He was drinking his coffee in silence, staring out the window like he was watching for something. He looked worse, pale, exhausted. I asked if he'd heard anything last night. He didn't answer at first. Then he said he'd woken up around the same time, said the hallway light had flickered, nothing more. He wouldn't look at me. We ate breakfast in silence. After that, I started keeping a notebook. Not because I thought it would help, but because I needed something to give the nights shape. If I could write it down, maybe I could understand it. Maybe I could find a pattern. Every night, I jotted down what time I woke up, what I heard, what I saw. Sometimes it was tapping. Sometimes the crack in the old wall would reappear, just for a second, and I'd hear something shifting behind it. Once, I woke up with the feeling that something was standing just outside the window of my brother's room. even though we were on the second floor and the hedges below hadn't moved. The worst night was the one I still haven't written down fully. I tried. I opened the notebook and sat there staring at the page for almost an hour, but writing it down made it feel too real. It started normal. Woke up at 2:17, nothing at first, then a low creaking sound, like something dragging its fingers across the baseboards. Not fast, just a slow scrape. I stayed still, focused on breathing evenly. Then the scrape stopped, and something started speaking. From under the bed, not a full voice, just a whisper. It said my name. Not loud, just enough. The kind of whisper that feels like it's right next to your skin. I didn't move. I didn't even cry. I just waited. It stopped after maybe a minute. The next morning, when I finally got the courage to check, there was nothing there. But the edge of the carpet was folded back, like someone had peeled it away and then flattened it down again. After that, I stopped sleeping upstairs. I moved into the lounge, brought my blanket and pillow, told my parents it was just a phase, that I couldn't sleep near the old room. My mum finally admitted it creeped her out too. Said she'd started hearing things from the wall late at night. Said she'd seen my dad standing in the hallway once, just staring at the boarded-up window, not moving, not blinking. When she asked what he was doing, he didn't answer. She thought he was asleep. Sleepwalking, maybe. But when she mentioned it later, he didn't remember. She told me all this in a whisper, like the house was listening. I asked if she thought we should leave. She said quietly that it might already be too late. That's when I knew she'd heard it too. The whisper. Her name. Coming from inside the walls. There was a day, about a week after I moved into the lounge, where I finally asked him directly. My dad, I mean. I waited until we were alone, which wasn't easy anymore. He didn't spend much time in the open parts of the house. He'd wake early, leave for errands that took all day, then come back after dark and disappear into the garage or his study. He barely touched his dinner. He looked thinner. His eyes had taken on this hollow, recessed look, like he was watching something just over your shoulder. But I caught him one afternoon while he was standing at the sink, rinsing out a mug that had gone cold hours ago. I said his name softly, like I was testing the ice beneath us. He didn't turn. I asked what he saw that night on the camera, not the way he'd brushed it off before. I said it clearly. What did you see that made you board up the window and stop sleeping? He stood there for a long time, still holding the mug. Then he set it down and finally looked at me. His face wasn't angry, just tired, like the weight of not telling had sunk too deep to climb out of. He said it wasn't the shape that scared him. It was the movement. He said the thing outside the window didn't blink. Not once, not in 10 minutes, and it didn't breathe. It wasn't just still, it was hollow, like it was being held in place by something else, like it didn't belong in this world, but had found a way to imitate a man well enough to get close. I asked what it did when it disappeared, because in the video, it just blinked out. No walking, no fading, just gone. He said the frame flickered, and when it returned, there was a reflection in the glass. Not of the garden behind it, but of a different room. Our room. From inside. I didn't understand. He said it again. When the feed came back, the reflection in the window showed the inside of the house, my bedroom, It showed me asleep. It shouldn't have. The window was facing the garden, but the reflection was of my bed, my head on the pillow, my chest rising and falling, and something else standing over me. It wasn't shaped like the thing at the window. Not quite. This one was more fluid, taller. Its arms hung low, too low. It leaned over me but didn't touch, just watched. And the weirdest part, the part that made him shut the laptop and never speak of it again, was that when I moved in my sleep, the thing moved with me, like it had known I would shift, like it was waiting. He looked at me, and I could see something raw in his eyes, not fear, shame. I asked him how long it had been happening. He said nothing. Then finally, he whispered that it started with him. Not recently. When he was a boy. He said the house used to belong to his parents, that he grew up in the same bedroom, same window, that when he was 12, he used to wake up to tapping sounds. He remembered thinking it was the wind. Then one night, he saw a figure outside the glass, same as me, same shape, standing with its back turned. He ran to his dad, but they told him it was a nightmare. It stopped after that. Or maybe he stopped looking. Years later, after his parents passed, he moved back in with my mom. He said he never thought about the window again. Not until I started describing the tapping. Then it all came back. The memory. The shape. The angle of its head. He said it skipped him. Came back for me instead. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to be angry. But the look on his face was the kind of quiet terror that can't be faked. The kind of fear that ages someone. He said he boarded up the window because he thought maybe it would help. Maybe he could stop the pattern. But when the tapping moved to the wall, he knew it didn't care about the glass. It was just using it to get close. I asked why he hadn't told me sooner. He said he thought ignoring it would protect me, that maybe if I didn't believe, it couldn't come through. We sat in silence for a long time. After that conversation, I couldn't stay still. I started digging, not in a dramatic way, just small things. I went through the attic, pulled out old photo albums, found pictures of my dad in that room, by that window, aged maybe 10 or 11. Nothing strange in the background, just normal childhood stuff. But there was one photo, a blurry Polaroid of him asleep, taken from the doorway. In the far corner of the room by the baseboard, the wallpaper looked off, warped, as if something had been pressed against the wall from the inside. I found old newspaper clippings in a box. One was about a missing boy who lived down the street in the early 1970s. He'd vanished from his room. No signs of forced entry. Parents said he'd had night terrors about someone knocking from behind the walls. Another clipping showed a fire in a house 3 blocks over. A family of 3 escaped. The daughter said she'd been sleepwalking toward the woods when she turned back and saw a man in her bedroom window from outside, even though they lived on the 3rd floor. I kept reading, kept digging, and the more I looked, the more I started to think that maybe this wasn't just a haunting. Maybe it was something older, something that followed people through blood. My dad never wanted to pass this on, but he didn't know how to stop it. The more I learned, the less I slept. I wasn't trying to prove anything anymore. Not to my parents, not to myself. I already knew something was wrong, something that didn't belong, something that moved in the cracks between sleep and waking. What I was trying to understand was why. Why my room? Why that hour? Why the shape had been the same across generations, as if it wasn't a person at all, but a pattern repeating itself, like it had attached to our house and found new ways to keep itself fed. Not with violence, but with attention, with fear. Every question I asked led to silence. My dad would shift in his chair, rub his hands like he was cold, and tell me not to go digging too far. That the answers weren't helpful, but I think he knew the damage had already been done. You can't warn someone about a window after they've already looked through it. I went to the local library 2 towns over, hoping to find property records older than what we had in the attic. The house had been in my dad's family since the 1940s, but it was built decades before that. The librarian was kind, maybe a bit curious about why a teenager wanted to read up on land transfers from the late 1800s. I just told her it was for school. She pointed me toward the microfilm archive and showed me how to load the reels. It was slow work, frame by frame, but something about that quiet hum of the machine made it easier to focus. Like I was tuning the world out while looking for the one thread that might explain what had slipped into our walls. I found an entry from the year 1897, a death notice, no obituary, just a brief line in the corner of a local paper, almost like it had been added at the last minute. The boy's name was Thomas Eldridge, age 12, died at home, no known illness. The article didn't say much else, but there was a line that made my chest tighten. Found unresponsive near the eastern wall of the second-floor bedroom, which the family had boarded shut in previous winters due to persistent drafts and unusual settling noises. It was the exact wall my dad had sealed. That couldn't be a coincidence. I kept going. More articles, more names. Over the next 30 years, 3 more children from that street died in their homes, all aged between 10 and 13. All recorded as unexplained sudden deaths, no injuries, no illness. Each time the obituary mentioned sleep, that they'd passed in their beds. One parent had been quoted in a longer article. She described a feeling of heaviness in the house, said her son had complained of hearing someone calling his name through the walls. She said they'd told him it was a dream. I left the library with copies of every article I could get. It wasn't hard to hide them from my parents. They were barely speaking to each other by that point. My mom had started sleeping in the spare room, the one closest to the stairs. She kept a lamp on all night. My dad had gone further inward, locking his office door when he was inside and leaving it locked even when he wasn't. I heard him pacing some nights. Not frantic, just slow and steady, like he was counting something with each step. I asked if he was okay. He said yes, but he didn't meet my eyes when he said it. That week, I started to hear the tapping again. Even in the lounge, even through the floor. It wasn't like before, though. It wasn't just a warning. It felt like a check-in, like something was making sure I hadn't forgotten. And when I started sleeping with the light on, it moved. First to the hallway, then to the boiler closet, then to the air vent near the baseboard. It was patient, never loud, just persistent. One night, I heard the hallway floor creak and opened my eyes just in time to see my dad standing outside the lounge doorway. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking down the hall, still, staring. When I whispered his name, he turned slowly and walked away without saying anything. The next morning, he was gone. No note, no text. His keys were on the table, his car still in the drive. My mom called the police after 24 hours, filed a report, said maybe he'd had a breakdown, maybe the stress had finally snapped something in him, but I knew better. I think she did too. That night, the hallway light didn't turn on like it usually did. I checked the sensor. It hadn't been tripped, but when I walked past it, the red light didn't come on for me either. Like it no longer cared if I was awake. It already knew. I tried watching the camera footage again, the old files, hoping to find something I'd missed, a clue. But when I opened the folder, every file had been renamed, not deleted, just retitled. Each one now had a date not from the past, but from the future. 6 entries, 6 nights. The final one was dated 6 days from now. The folder was locked. I couldn't open them. I went to my dad's office, picked the lock the way he used to show me when I was little, back when I thought safe-cracking was a fun trick and not a necessary skill. The room was empty, no papers, no books, just a notebook on the desk. One page was open. It had only 2 lines written in his handwriting. I should have told you sooner. They always want the same thing. I still don't know what that means. But now, every night, I sit in the lounge and stare at the door, waiting for 217. Because I think the next time it comes, it won't be at the window, and it won't be outside. It'll be here, already inside the walls. The night it ended wasn't dramatic. I want to be clear about that. There was no screaming, no explosion of noise, no final confrontation that wrapped everything in a bow. That's not how real fear works. It doesn't announce itself when it's finished. It just lets go. After dragging you across its floor for long enough, it opens the door and steps aside, and all that's left is the silence you crawl back into. It was the 6th night. The last file name on the drive, the one with the future date. I'd spent the entire day on edge, stomach too tight to eat, skin feeling too small for my body. I didn't know what to expect. I'd seen enough to understand that whatever this thing was, it didn't operate by the rules of time or physics or even presence. It was memory. It was repetition. A thing that fed not just on attention, but on routine, on predictability. My room at 217, my dad's window as a child. The generational echo of someone who wakes in the night, hears a sound, and looks toward something they shouldn't. I didn't go to sleep that night. I didn't even try. I sat in the lounge with every light on, the curtains drawn, the front door locked 3 different ways, and waited. I had the notebook on my lap. My dad's words written at the top of the page. They always want the same thing. I didn't know what that meant until later, until I understood what the house had been hiding all along. At exactly 2:17, the hallway light turned off. Not flickered, not dimmed, just cut, dead. Then I heard the door at the end of the hall creak, the one to my old room, the one that had been shut since the day the boards went up. I hadn't touched that door since my dad disappeared. It still had dust around the edges, still had his tools leaned against the wall beside it, like he was planning to go back in, but never did. I stood up and walked toward it. Each step felt like it was being measured, not by me, by it. like it had been waiting for me to decide, like the act of walking toward that door was what it had been watching for this whole time. I reached the knob and paused. It wasn't cold, just heavy. When I turned it, it opened too easily. No resistance. No creak. Inside, the room was untouched, dark, but the kind of dark that doesn't feel natural, like the shadows are thicker in certain corners, drawn there by something old. The boards were still on the window, but the wall beside it, the one I had seen the crack in now, had a mark. A line, thin, sliced open like the edge of a curtain, and it was breathing. I know how that sounds. I do. But I could see it. The drywall expanding, retracting, soft as lungs. There was no sound, not even the usual tapping, just a low pressure in the air, like being deep underwater, the kind of quiet that feels alive. I walked over and put my hand on the wall, and I spoke to it. I told it that I knew, that I had seen the old records, that I knew about Thomas Eldridge and the children after him, and the way this thing had moved through generations like a rot passed down without name. And I told it no. I said it out loud. No. It didn't react at first. Then the wall exhaled. Long and slow. And the breath wasn't warm. It was freezing. Like the kind of cold you feel inside your teeth. Then the line in the wall began to close. Not fast, but like it was sealing itself off. Like it had been offered something and was turning it down. When it finished, the pressure lifted. The air cleared, and I knew it was over. I left the room, shut the door, and slept for the first time in weeks. Real sleep. No tapping. No dreams. No sound. The next morning, my mom was already in the kitchen, smiling for the first time in what felt like months. She asked if I had slept well. I said yes. We didn't talk about it. We didn't have to. The weight in the house was gone. A week later, I went back into the room. The wall was smooth. The boards on the window were loose. I took them down myself. Outside, the garden looked brighter. I opened the glass and let the breeze in. And that was it. My dad never came back. We never found anything. No footprints, no sightings, no clues. Just his keys on the table, like he had known he wasn't coming back and left the house to me. Maybe that's what he meant. Maybe that was what it always wanted, for someone to walk into it willingly, to acknowledge it without fear. Maybe he gave it what it needed so I wouldn't have to. I still think about the timing. 2:17 in the morning. Every night. Same moment. Like it was measuring something. Testing who would wake and who would pretend not to. I don't know what would have happened if I'd ignored it completely. If none of us had looked. If no one had ever passed it on. But I do know this. Some houses don't want to be fixed. They want to be seen. They want you to look directly at what's wrong and sit with it. And if you don't, if you laugh it off, or board it up, or tell your kids it's just a dream, it waits. And when the time is right, it taps again. Not to scare you, but to remind you that it never left. But in our house, it's quiet now. And I don't wake up at 2:17 anymore.